Good morning and welcome. This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting a live view right now of the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station. You can see the crew here getting ready to support the third spacewalk of the year, conducted by NASA astronaut Chari and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer. Chari and Maurer are suited up and getting ready to exit the station's Quest airlock for a 6.5-hour spacewalk to replace hoses on the radiator beam valve module and make other upgrades to the station as well. We'll get into more detail about their spacewalking tasks in just a minute. Chari is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. You can see him getting outfitted for his safer unit now. Maurer is on the unmarked spacesuit on the left of your screen. Again, we're in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station now, and soon our spacewalkers will be moved into the crew lock just on the other side of the door behind them. We're going to be talking a lot today about the radiator beam valve module. Essentially, the space station has 6 radiators with 2 radiator beam valve modules each, so 12 total. The radiator beam valve module, or RBVM, as you might have heard it referred to, is a box that allows the ground to control the ammonia flowing through the radiators to cool the space station. They work similar to how your car radiator cools the engine. One of the hoses that connects the radiator to the RBVM was found to be leaking about 4 years ago and was sent back to Earth for repair. It was flown back to the station, and our spacewalkers will install it again today. So Chari and Maurer are in their extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs. When out on the spacewalk, these suits provide life support and communications to the astronauts who wear them. The safer unit is what's being attached to the back of the spacesuit, and that's what Chari and Maurer are getting outfitted with now. SAFER is an acronym that stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. The SAFER units are a bit like a jetpack. They're worn during spacewalks as a precaution only. They're only used in the unlikely event that the astronauts were to become untethered from the space station. You'll hear all throughout the coverage our ground IV, Stephanie Wilson, today asking the crew to check on their tethers and make sure that all is good there. However, if they were to become untethered, the astronauts would use their safer units to propel themselves back to the space station. Today's spacewalk comes just 8 days after the space station's previous spacewalk. On March 15th, NASA astronauts Caleb Barron and Chari donned their spacesuits and went outside to prepare the space station for future installation of rollout solar arrays. It was Chari's first spacewalk, clocking in at 6 hours and 54 minutes. Today, the honor of first spacewalk goes to Matthias Maurer. You may hear Maurer referred to as EV2 and Chari as EV1 by our ground IV Stephanie Wilson today. Chari is with the red striped suit on the right of your screen, getting outfitted with his safer unit. Maurer is to the left. NASA astronauts Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron are wearing the blue shirts. You can see Caleb Barron helping out Chari get a safer unit on screen now, center of your screen. Tom Marshburn should be seen floating across your screen as well. Tom Marshburn is the suit IV. Caleb Barron is his assist today. That means that they helped Maurer and Chari put their spacesuits on and conduct a leak check, which happened just a few moments ago, and other system checks before helping our spacewalkers through the hatch and into the crew lock. Once our spacewalkers step outside, Marshburn and Barron will continue to support today's operation at the controls of the station's robotic arm. Tom Marshburn is on screen now, assisting Caleb Barron with our spacesuited astronaut Chari. Chari is now moving to the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. The crew began their day just after midnight Central Time today, but the crew has been preparing for today's spacewalk all week long. Chari, Marshburn, Barron, and Maurer had conference with the spacewalk officers on the ground on Friday and Sunday to go over the procedures. On Monday, Chari and Maurer had the opportunity to practice with some of the connectors that they'll be working with today and configure the tools that they'll be needing with them today. Yesterday, Chari and Maurer prepped the equipment lock that Maurer is in now, and all four met with the spacewalk officers via video conference one last time. Earlier today, before our spacewalking astronauts got outfitted into their spacesuits, they wore masks that allow them to breathe pure oxygen to purge nitrogen from their bodies. Earlier today, just before our coverage began, they completed another portion of their pre-breathe exercise known as in-suit light exercise, or ILE, this time in their spacesuits. This exercise involves moving their arms and legs. As part of the exercise, these movements help increase their metabolic rate and continue to help purge excess nitrogen from their blood. Doing so causes the spacewalking astronauts to avoid getting the bends, also known as decompression sickness. If you've ever gone scuba diving, you may be trained on how to avoid the bends while diving underwater as well, just like our astronauts when they go into the vacuum of space. That device you see on the left of your screen is the safer unit. Looks like European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer is getting outfitted with his now. You're getting a live view now of mission control. You may be familiar with the term Capcom, or capsule communicator. This is the person in mission control who talks to the astronauts in space, but when there's an operation like a spacewalk, this job is actually split into two. In this case, the Capcom is communicating with the astronauts inside of the space station, while Stephanie Wilson, our ground IV, is communicating with our spacewalkers today. You'll likely hear her voice many times during today's coverage. Alex Kanalakos is serving as Capcom for the rest of the crew. Paul Kanya is the flight director overseeing today's spacewalk. We'll be taking your questions during our coverage today, so if you have a question about what you're seeing, please head over to Twitter and submit your question using hashtag AskNASA, and we'll be monitoring throughout today's spacewalk. We're back in the Quest airlock of the International Space Station with NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn on the left in wearing the blue, Kayla Barron in the blue on the right, outfitting European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer into his safer unit, and then moving him into the crew lock so that depressurization can begin. We expect this to happen in about less than 10 minutes. Our flight director, Paul Kanya, just issued a go, no-go poll for depressurization. He'll be pulling the room here in mission control, as well as our spacewalk officers and all supporting today, to make sure that we are go for depressurization. That poll will begin momentarily. Matthias Maurer in this spacesuit, front and center with no stripes on it, unmarked, is making his way into the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. This is the next step until we go for depressurization. The pounds per square inch, or PSI, that we experience here on the ground is about 14.7. At normal operating pressure, the spacesuits are pressurized to about 4.3 PSI. That's about what you'd experience if you were standing at an elevation of 30,000 feet. When astronauts go into the crew lock, we'll be able to give updates as the pressure steadily goes down, and then we expect them to pause for a leak check at about 5 PSI. Dylan? radiator valve beam module. These hoses route ammonia through the station's heat-rejecting radiators to keep systems at the proper temperature. Back in 2017, NASA found that ammonia was leaking and that the jumpers were the likely culprit. So in March of 2018, almost 4 years ago today, astronauts Drew Feustel and Ricky Arnold conducted a spacewalk to remove them. The hoses have since made their way back to Earth for refurbishment and are ready to be installed once again by Maurer and Chari. The duo will also complete a variety of other tasks, including installing power and data cables to the Bartolomeo science platform, and replace a high-definition camera mounted on the outside of the space station. Sandy Fletcher is our lead spacewalk officer in Mission Control today. In this animation, she'll tell you about today's events in more detail.
EV1 with red stripes and EV2 with white stripes egress the crew lock with tool bags. EV2 goes to the forward face of the station, then port to a crew equipment translation aid cart. EV2 stows the tool bag, while EV1 follows the same path. EV1 retrieves a portable foot restraint and installs it in the robotic arm. After EV1 ingresses the foot restraint, the robotic arm operator flies the crew member to the most inboard port radiator beam valve module worksite. Meanwhile, EV2 follows the nadir handrail path and picks up a previously deployed cable reel bag. EV2 deploys the Ethernet cable along the handrails, then translates Zenith to the camera port 8 worksite. The end of the cable is pre-positioned at the camera stanchion base for later in the EVA. EV2 retraces the path back to the crew equipment translation aid cart, drops off the now empty reel bag, and takes a different bag to the U.S. laboratory module. EV2 takes a cable adapter from the tool bag and translates to the starboard end cone of the European Space Agency's Columbus module. EV2 installs the jumper, which passes power and data from Columbus to the Bartolomeo external platform. EV2 goes to the Bartolomeo platform and closes several cable clamps on the Zenith side. This allows future robotic arm operations to install payloads on the platform. EV2 returns to the crew lock bag on the U.S. laboratory module and continues forward and port to the Japanese Space Agency's Kibo module. A section of the thermal blanket has flipped open, and EV2 will close the flap and secure it to handrails with a wire tie. EV2 returns to the bag on the U.S. laboratory module. EV1 installs 2 ammonia-line jumpers, which were removed on an earlier EVA because of a small leak. The jumpers were refurbished, leak-checked, and reflown. After mating the jumpers' fluid quick disconnects, EV1 will mate 2 electrical connectors, which will provide heater power. After completing the jumper task, the robotic arm operator flies EV1 to the camera port 8 worksite. EV2 meets EV1 at the camera port worksite after retrieving the new wireless access port capable external high-definition camera from the crew lock. The 2 crew members exchange tool bags, after which EV2 takes EV1's tool bag back to the crew equipment translation aid cart and stows it. EV2 retrieves a different tool bag and translates to the Port 4 Integrated Electronics Assembly worksite. Several bolts on the 4 alpha side will be released and retorqued at a lower setting. This will make any future robotics replacement operations of those equipment boxes easier to perform. Then EV2 rejoins EV1 at camera port 8. While EV2 was retorquing the 4 alpha bolts, EV1 replaced the existing external high-definition camera with one that provides improved two-way high data rate communications between external payloads and Earth. To ensure the new wireless access port cable does not interfere with the new camera group's ability to pan and tilt, the crew installs a strap to hold the cable in place. EV2 mates the wireless cable to the Ethernet cable routed earlier in the EVA. After the camera changeout is complete, EV1 is flown to the nadir side of station to the port Radiator grapple bar worksite. EV1 installs 2 T-handle tools, which will allow the Radiator grapple bar to be used in future EVAs. EV1 is then returned to the forward face of the space station, egresses the robotic arm, and returns the foot restraint to the port cart. While EV1 performs the T-handle tool installation, EV2 translates to a panel on the aft side of the truss. EV2 moves an electrical connector from a non-functional connector to a cable which can provide power. EV2 then picks up tool bags and returns them back to the airlock. After EV2 retrieves another hardware bag from the crew lock, they translate slightly starboard on the forward face and manipulate 3 electrical connectors. Once that is complete, EV2 routes a power cable along the starboard nadir handrail path. EV1 picks up the remaining tool bags and, depending on timing, returns to the crew lock or assists EV2 in routing the cable, zenith, to the pump module. This completes the planned tasks for the Radiator Beam Valve Module Jumper Install EVA. Crew return to the crew lock and ingress.
Section of the Quest airlock on the American side of the space station. Who you see on screen is Caleb Barron in the back of the equipment lock and Tom Marshburn. There are suit IVs today. On the other side of the hatch there, astronauts Chari and Matthias Maurer are inside the crew lock. At 6:57, our flight director gave the go for depressurization, and the pressure inside the crew lock is steadily going down. It's hovering at about 9 psi right now and decreasing. At 5 psi, we will expect a momentary hold just to make sure there are no leak checks. Maurer and Chari do have their microphones on, so you may be able to hear the crew in the crew lock on the other side of the wall there communicating with Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron, who you see on screen now.
Airlock Houston, we copy good MEDOX numbers.
The crew lock is now approaching almost 6.5 psi. If you're just joining us this morning, you're watching the third spacewalk of 2022, where NASA astronaut Chari and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer have suited up and are getting ready to exit the International Space Station. They're expected to spend about 6.5 hours completing some maintenance tasks on the station's exterior, and their main objective is to replace hoses on one of the station's radiator beam valve modules. The crew lock is now inside 6 psi. Once the crew lock reaches about 5 psi, the ground crew here in Mission Control will verify that there are no leaks in either of the spacesuits, and if all goes well as expected, depressurization can continue to go down to volume. They'll do one more check and receive a go to turn their spacesuits on to internal battery power, which marks the official start time of the spacewalk. But before that can happen, we're depressurizing the crew lock, which is now at about 5.5 psi. Astronauts Caleb Barron and Tom Marshburn are on your screen now. These are not our spacewalking astronauts, but our suit IVs. They're monitoring the depressurization as well.
Matthias, take the depress pump man ISO valve to close.
And the depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Roger that. EV1 and EV2, switch your display switch to status until leak check question mark is displayed, and then take display to yes for 2 seconds, a long yes, and then follow displayed instructions for a leak check.
EV2 copies. Leak check.
You just heard the voice of Caleb Barron indicating that we are at 5 psi and are doing a leak check. You heard the callouts for EV1 and EV2. You might hear that referred to a couple of times for our coverage today. EV1 is NASA astronaut Chari.
Trouble hearing you. Wanted to make sure you're configuring for an automated leak check.
Yep, EV1 in the leak check and just watching the countdown.
Do that.
And that was the voice of Chari you just heard, EV1. EV2 is European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer.
And EV1 leak check complete.
Leak check complete, EV1.
EV2 leak check complete.
Leak check complete, EV2. For both of you, check your O2 actuator is in EVA.
EV1 in work. Same for EV2. EV1, O2 actuator is in EVA. And the
EV1, O2 actuator is in EVA.
EV2, actuator, O2 actuator is in EVA.
EV2, your O2 actuator is in EVA. Copy that. Matthias, take the depress pump man ISO valve to open.
And the depress pump manual isolation valve is in open.
The depress pump man ISO valve is open. EV1 and 2, monitor your suit pressure gauge is less than 5.5. If it ever is greater than 5.5, we will stop the depress.
Copy on, EV1 copy.
And the checks were good, and we are proceeding to get the PSI down to vacuum. We're now inside 4 PSI inside the crew lock.
Matthias, wait for my go, but on my go, when we get to 2.0 pounds, we'll be taking the depress pump man ISO valve to close.
Copy.
The PSI of the airlock is now within 3 PSI. The PSI is approaching 2 PSI in the crew lock. Caleb Barron had communicated with our EV2, Matthias Maurer, just a moment ago that there are some steps that he needs to complete when the crew lock reaches 2 PSI.
Matthias, take the depress pump man ISO valve to close.
The depress pump manual isolation valve is enclosed.
Copy, depress pump man ISO valve is closed. Switch the depress pump power switch to off.
Depress pump power switch is in off.
The depress pump power switch is off. Houston wanted to confirm you're ready to copy tether config.
Yes, EV2 is ready. Yep, we're ready.
Houston is ready.
Shall I start, Roger?
Copy, report initial tether configuration for egress.
Okay, so EV2 starts, and I start with my right weight tether. The large hook is on my 3D workstation, and small hook is on my right beaven extender. Gate closed, and the hook is locked like on black. My left weight tether. Pushing for it. I got a pretty good view if you want me to pick up at some point. Let me know. My right weight tether is my left weight tether, sorry, is like on the chute, the small hook, gates closed, black on black, and the large hook is on the D-ring extender, so at our load path of the airlock, and the gate is closed, black on black. I continue with my safety tether. My safety tether tag is on my left D-ring extender. I have my red hook on my D-ring extender, the gate is closed, black on black. I have the red reel, which is unlocked. On the red reel I also have an AET, which I need later on Columbus, to fair lead. Red reel anchor hook, the yellow hook, is connected to the green reel. The gate is closed, black on black. And the green hook from the green reel is on the red reel. My green reel anchor hook, which is labeled with a white tape and a 2 on it, is gate is closed, black on black, connected to Raja's waist tether, and I have both in my hand, also Raja's waist tether, gate closed, black on black, and I hand over to Raja to continue. The other end of that left waist tether that you have, I can see it on my left D-ring extender, and then it's gate closed, black on black. Also on my left D-ring extender, is a red and white screw hook, locked, closed, locked, lock on black, that runs to a single safety tether reel with the large hook on my mini workstation with a white tape labeled EV1 single. On my right side, on my mini workstation, I have a white hook, bigger hook labeled EV1 pack, that runs the green reel. The green reel has the green hook going to the red reel, and the yellow hook on the green reel. Both are unlocked. The yellow hook, anchor hook, is locked black on black. The green hook is unlocked. Coming out of the red reel, crew hook is labeled red 1, and that's on my right. D-ring extender locked, gate closed, black on black. Also coming from my right D-ring extender, I have a crew hook attached to a waist tether that's on my right mini workstation. And that is also gate closed, lock, lock on black on that right D-ring extender.
Hi, Roger. We may have missed it, but did you report your left waist tether small hook is on your D-ring extender and locked?
I did, yep. The left waist tether small hook is on the left D-ring extender, gate closed, lock, lock on black. And the other end of that, the crew hook, is what's attached to ED2's.
Okay, copy that. And could you both just confirm that your reels are unlocked?
Yeah, for EV2, both reels unlocked. And EV1, correct. I have 3 reels, all unlocked.
Okay, roger that. I think from our perspective, that's a good tether config, but we'd like to confirm with ground ID.
And Houston concurs. That's a good tether config. Good morning.
Good morning, Stephanie. Good morning, Stephanie.
All right, gentlemen, we are now waiting for the crew lock to continue depress. When it is about 0, you'll expect another alert tone. And when we get less than 0.5 psi, either per our telemetry in here on the PCS, on your DCM, or the EV hatch gauge, you can take the EV hatch to open. And remember, we need to pause after unlatching it before actually opening the hatch.
Copy. Matthias, I'm going to slide this way now that we're moving towards that step, just so I can get my hands onto the hatch handle. That position work for you? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
You just heard a number of voices there, the first being EV2, Matthias Maurer, and then similar words from EV1, Chari. They were just confirming their tether configuration, essentially making sure that they have that everything that they need is in position where they need them to be, and nothing is tangled. They'll be tethered to the space station the whole time. Suit IVs Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn are keeping a checklist of the configuration. Stephanie Wilson, our ground IV, confirmed a good configuration.
Telemetry, we're at 50 millimeters of mercury, looking for 26. We'll keep you updated.
The crew lock is now within 1 psi, getting down to 0.
I think my right leg is hitting that bag, so just keep an eye on it when I go out. Make sure I don't pull anything out there with me. All right, will do. I may need your help to pull my leg down away from that bag, if you're able to. Just put it down, or towards the UIA, so I can get my head away from the hatch here.
Just a moment ago, Ground IV Stephanie Wilson just issued her hellos to the crew this morning. If you're just joining us for the first time this morning, we have two NASA astronauts on screen, Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron. They're actually assisting our spacewalkers. They are not the spacewalkers themselves. Our spacewalkers are through the door that you see on the far side of the screen there. There's a little window. You may see our spacewalkers, NASA astronaut Raja Chari and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer. Having their spacesuits sort of pop in through the window. You won't get a good look at them now. Depressurization is underway, basically going from space station pressure to the vacuum of space, what they might experience out there. The pressure in there is at about 0.75 psi, getting down to zero. Once this step is complete, known as depressurization, they'll be able to exit the International Space Station and begin their spacewalk. Their objectives for today are replacing hoses on the radiator beam valve module, basically a system that assists the radiator, one of 6 radiators on the International Space Station, helps cooling.
We're seeing 36, looking for 26, 10 millimeters of mercury to go.
Looks like about 0.6 on the airlock gauge.
The next step in our procedures today is to receive the go from Mission Control here in Houston to open the outer thermal hatch cover. Followed by that, they'll be opening the inner hatch of the crew lock where the astronauts will emerge from.
31 for 26.
The pressure in the crew lock is now approaching 0.5 psi, getting down to about 0. While our coverage today began about an hour ago, the official start time of the of the spacewalk will not officially be clocked until the suits are turned on to internal battery power.
We have 0.5 on the hatch gauge.
Okay, we're looking for less than 0.5. We have about a half a millimeter to go on our telemetry. And we are below 26 by PCS. You are go to open the EV hatch per the decal, remembering to pause after unlatching.
Okay. Unlocked. It's in unlatch, waiting a second. The hatch is open and hatch key is engaged.
Roger that. The emergency MPEV is closed, and I will turn you over to Killer, your ground OV.
Copy. Thanks, Killer.
Good luck out there, guys.
Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Tom.
Kayla, Tom, thank you. Nice work. Raja and Matthias, on your DCMs, take your power switches to bat, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
Ready. EV1. EV2 in bat.
Copy. Take your display switches to Pro to verify functional display.
Yep, functional display. EV1 has a functional display.
On the UIA, power EV1, EV2, two switches, take them to off, OFF.
Copy. Power EV1 and power EV2 to off, OFF.
Matthias, also check power EV1, EV2 LEDs. 4 of them are off, OFF.
And I confirm 4 LEDs, OFF.
On your DCMs, disconnect your SCUs from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch.
Good work. Good work.
At 7:32 a.m. Central Time, 8:32 a.m. Eastern Time is the official start time of this spacewalk, marking the beginning of the 248th spacewalk in support of station assembly and maintenance. Chari and Maurer are expected to spend about 6.5 hours replacing 2 hoses on the radiator beam valve module and a number of other maintenance tasks. At the beginning of the spacewalk just moments ago, when those spacesuits got turned on to internal battery power, the space station was flying over the South Pacific Ocean.
Copy EV2.
EV1, that's you disconnecting still.
Copy EV1. On the crew deck, check depress pump man ISO is closed.
And I confirm the depress pump man ISO is in closed position.
Thank you. On your DCMs, take your temperature control valve to max hot.
And EV1 is in max hot. EV2 in max hot.
Take your water switches to on.
EV2 water switch is on. EV1 water switch is on.
We're in a brief but expected handover period. You're getting a live view of Mission Control in Houston.
Check it blank and bites is off, and also on EV2, check DCM cover closed.
Our ground IV, Stephanie Wilson, is getting our spacewalkers through their final checks. Pretty soon we'll get a live view of them coming out the Quest airlock.
No bite lights and the DCM cover is closed. Matthias, your FCU pouch came floating down by here by the hatch. You don't have to get it now. You can wait until I get out, but just so you know, it's over here. Grab it once you'll have more room once I'm out of the hatch. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's out of the pouch. Correct. It's a pouch too. I've got it in my hand. I'll just hold until I get out so you don't tangle yourself.
Next is the temperature control valve. You can take that as you like.
Bring EV226. And EV1 set. Let's try it. Both work right now.
You're getting a live look now at one of the many external cameras aboard the International Space Station, looking at the outside of the Quest airlock.
EV1 is at 4.2. EV2 is at 12.2.
Copy all EV1, EV2. You can take your visors as required. It's currently dark. There'll be 5 minutes to the daylight transition. We have the suit parameters. And so we are ready for you to start to work egress for opening the hatch thermal cover.
Ready? Copy, Killer. Let's start. That's where I've got to go. So you go ahead and disconnect the strap and stow it. On the thermal cover. Killer, the thermal cap strap is disconnected from the D-ring attached to the stowage ring and pulled taut.
Copy, and you have 6 Sharpie lines visible on the tail.
C1. Sharpie lines.
And Roger, I think you said you see 6 Sharpie lines.
Confirm 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy that. We're ready for you to egress the airlock when you're ready.
That's good. Thermal cover swimming open.
And just like that, you're seeing a live view of the hatch thermal cover swinging open. Ground IV Stephanie Wilson gave our spacewalkers today the go to egress. Once the spacewalkers are fully egressed or outside of the crew lock,
the SCU pouch is trapped somewhere. Mine or yours? Yes, I have it.
Once they've egressed, their next steps are to grab their tool bags, close the hatch thermal cover, and turn their HECAs on and perform a series of buddy checks.
Hey, I'm out. I'm just getting my tethers sorted out here. I'll start laying down anchor hooks.
Copy.
Chari is the first one out the door today. You'll see that it's Chari as EV1, as he has the spacesuit with the red stripes.
Roger, we have a camera on you, and we can see that you may have the camera bag egressing out with you. Just wanted to check that's what you'd like, and at 30 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Copy. Definitely not my plan to have the camera bag with me. I can get it off. May need to wait for Matthias to come out to get it out from underneath. I'll see if I can just kind of it. Let me knock out the anchor hooks first, so we've got load pass, and then I'll come back to that bag.
We're in an expected handover period between our TDRS, or tracking and data relay satellites, that provide our video and audio communication, one of many communications methods from the ground, with the ground to the space station. Right now, astronaut Chari is fully egressed from the Quest airlock. Now we're waiting for EV2, Matthias Maurer, to do the same.
Roger, copy your plan to work the anchor hooks. Your anchor hook goes aft, and Matthias's anchor hook goes forward.
That could work. Okay, and the white hook, anchor hook, labeled 2, which is Matthias's anchor hook, is locked, lock on lock, on the forward airlock view, right? With that, Matthias has a good low pass. First, you have to disconnect your release tether, Matthias, from the airlock viewing center. I'll just start working on this bag here. Good night, I'll twist it. I'm taking off my left right tether from the viewing extender of the airlock.
And Roger, can you report the config of EV1 safety tether?
So EV1, my EV1 white anchor hook, marked EV1 single, is on the aft D-ring. That's airlock D-ring.
Copy that, and we had a short handover. We may have missed that. Thank you.
Copy, yep. So I can see the camera bag. I think the red is wrapped around something on my right side, so I'm trying to find what it's wrapped on. And Matthias, my safer anchor controller definitely deployed, so that's what was caught on. Oh, yes, oh. I see. That's what that run was wrapped around. Okay. Can we fix it outside? Why don't we try to get the bag? Can you get the bag inside? And we can definitely work the safer handle outside. Yeah. But I'll just obviously be careful. I can't see what it's attached to back there. Can you go on left? Oh, it's caught exactly below the safer handle. grab that with your hand and push it like towards your body forward left. Towards your body forward left, that might clear some safer handle. Otherwise I need to come out. I'm close to you. Have you yawned for me so that I can reach your safer handle? This bit. Towards the feet. I think I come outside. Okay, let me move on the obstacle handrail here so you got room. You're clear to come out. I think I'm trying the same trick like you. What's something caught on me? Okay, coming out.
The space station has moved into an orbital daytime approaching the southern tip of South America, and we see European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer's feet poking out of the Quest airlock there. The spacewalker in our suit with the red stripes, Roger Chari, egressed moments ago.
That FPU pouch is wedged between your BRTs. If you can push that up in front of you, that should make there you go. The twist is hitting the back of the hatch, so if you straighten your legs out. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, let's look at each other first. Check our tethers are cleared. Not to cause this to get worse. Yeah, and then we can sort out the bag and then the safer handle.
And Roger, Matthias, we concur with that. We like having you egress, get untangled. We'll actually work with the safer handle first, and then we'll do the bag outs.
Okay. I don't know if we can get the handle back in with that bag wrapped around it, though. Because right now I can feel tension. Yeah. I'm clearing that on at the moment, sir. Yes.
And Matthias Maurer, our EV2 for the day, is fully egressed from the Quest airlock.
For me to say that the untangling includes the current bag that you're working on now.
Okay, copy. Okay, so that dog goes back in. Nicely done, Matthias. All right. Bags out of the way? No. You're safe now. If you need to pause to get your visor down, you can. Go get blinded, or you're good? I'm good at the moment. All right. So now, do you need to come close to me? Yep. Well, what I'm trying to do is rotate all this stuff out of the way so I don't interfere with you. And I think I can stabilize my body. That would be my hand facing this way, and then turn my safer handle towards you. Alright. We're getting the heck of a translation adaptation time here. So do I need to go around? Into the color. I see. Yeah, if you remember that, it's got the two positions on the pin when you put it back in, so you get it part of the way in, and then you have to seat it the rest of the way. Yeah.
And Roger, Matthias, we have steps for this safer deploy with the hand controller module. Since you have your hands on it, is it a good time for us to give you that?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, well, go ahead. Yes, the camera on me?
Yes.
I think I need to switch to my head.
We have a big picture external view of both of you.
Okay.
There's a...
Go on or off now? It's on. Good, so I'm ready for the steps.
Copy. There's a caution. Be careful not to accidentally bump the power switch. And I believe this one is already taken care of for Roger. He has a local tether down. Manual ISO valve on the handle. Take it port to the left to the closed or up position.
On the left, that's arrival. Checking, hold on.
Our spacewalker is now working through a number of post-egress tasks.
Roger, we need it to be up.
Oh, sorry, okay. Okay, it's up now.
And then on the hand controller module, we'd like you to check this configuration, that the power switch is off, OFF.
Power switch is in OFF, and the other switches are in trans and in neutral.
And the mode switch needs to be in rotational and the display blank.
Copy. And I adjusted both. Rotation and displays in blank.
Copy. Now you can insert the hand control module onto the tray, routing the umbilical. As you remember from training, that routing goes counterclockwise under the hand controller module grip.
Just tell me where you need me to move. What's your... Oh, stay exact. Okay. Yes, yeah. Oh, I tried to close it, and I remember there was a trick that you try to close it part way. I'm going to have to get the rest of it down. Once that pin, once the clevis is halfway engaged with the pin.
And we concur.
Closed. Nicely done. All that translation adaptation complete. Yeah, I need to orient myself where I am now.
Nice work, gentlemen.
All right. I assume I need to take that left safer handle back to down to rearm the system, correct?
That's affirmed.
That should work. And then we can get, we'll get your bag and buddy checks here in a second to get all this squared away. So do you want me to climb back in to retrieve the bag? Oh, the RBBM bag? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, we can do that. To make sure we're not tangled in here all the way up here. We're hanging around each other. Okay, I start moving up. This bag should be up to your right. Yeah, yeah. Need to rotate and bring my body out. Take your time. We're not in any rush.
And Roger, one follow-up from your work with the hand controller module, we would just like to confirm that the manual isolation valve, that handle on the port left side, is down.
It is down, yep.
Copy, thank you.
Put it back down. Yep.
Our spacewalker is now doing some closeout tasks at the airlock before they head on their way.
Get a little closer to it.
They're making sure that nothing is tangled and that they have the equipment that they need, that their HECAs are on. You may have heard some chatter about them turning on their HECAs. This stands for High Definition Extravehicular Activity Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. In other words, they're high definition cameras that allow us to see from the astronaut's point of view. Speaking of cameras, one of the tasks that they have today is exchanging a camera on the external side of the International Space Station. Looks like Chari inadvertently had taken out that bag, but it will not be used right in the beginning of our spacewalk, but will be retrieved later in the spacewalk for use.
Okay, next is my bag. The password P400, which is now attached for my CRT latch hook. And I retrieve the small hook on the D-ring extender.
Copy the bag configuration. Roger, you can turn your HECA on. And Matthias, you can also stow the airlock waist tether large hook to the airlock D-ring extender or as you desire.
Yes, it is. And for EV1, my HECA is on.
Copy, Roger.
Green light.
We're in a brief handover period, and we hope to get our live views of the outside of the International Space Station back soon, where our spacewalkers are getting ready to go on their way.
Between the two safety tether reels. I'll watch it as you come down here.
Our spacewalkers will actually be working pretty independently from one another for the majority of the spacewalk. NASA astronaut Chari will be on the robotic arm for almost the entire spacewalk, while EV2, Matthias Maurer, completes different tasks throughout the station's exterior, basically taking a tour of the outside of the space station, going all around the different modules.
And I think my helmet flash came off. It did. It was attached by the left Velcro. Jesus, what's that? Okay. Let's see here. Come towards me. Hang on. Let me rotate in a position. Yeah, so then put my bag on my DIT. Yeah, stop moving. You have it on the right? I have it.
And Houston copies EV2's HECA.
Okay, right now I've got it tapped on with Velcro. I'm going to have to get that more secure in a second. If you want to get your bag so that's not going to drift off. And then I think, well, let's get your bag sorted out, and I'll have you probably lay with your head towards the airlock and towards me, and I can see if I can reattach it. Just actually, I'm going to hold your bag. I got it very slowly towards me because it's held on my Velcro right now. I'm just trying to get the better body position here while I'm working on that. Okay. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I need to rehook that one. As long as it's not tangled, or is it stuck to something? It is with my safety tether, like there's a wraparound. I think it's your waist tether, actually. Yeah. So for now, if it's secure, let's not worry, but let's get the helmet on. Wait, just a second. Let me clear the hour in hand. Okay. Alright, let's get the whole slow down, very slowly. Or slowly towards me, so you're looking up into the hatch. Alright.
And we're back with a live look of one of the many external cameras on the exterior of the International Space Station, looking at the outside of the Quest airlock.
Okay, so what I'm going to have you do is find a body position that you can hold. I'm going to see if first I can try to re-engage them. Alright? Holding. I'm going to have to move around a bit here.
And Roger, Matthias, there is also a crib sheet for this operation.
Okay. Yep, happy to listen.
Yep, and you guys are doing the right thing, minimizing motion and making Matthias as stable and rigid as he can be. For, I believe, one Velcro strap has come loose.
Yep.
So you're going to try to...
The right is loose.
The right is loose. You're going to try to reroute that strap between the HUT plus interface, attaching the Velcro strap to the HUT TMG side first.
Okay. Are you stable enough to use that I can actually crawl on your back? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'm holding on to you. Yeah, go for it. Okay, the right Velcro is re-engaged. So both Velcro straps are on. Now I need to see if we can try to engage, or actually, it's not over to you for the next step, but I see I'm going to try to re-engage the actual locks on the helmet. Or come up with a wire tie solution.
Checking.
Okay, left and right Velcro's engaged. I'm going to translate on you again, Matthias, and see if I can find the locks. I don't mess with this anymore. I'm also thinking maybe I should find something to wrap to on those helmets, so if it does come off, while I'm trying to reattach it, we don't lose it.
And Roger, Matthias, we're continuing to talk about it also. We like how you've routed the strap. What we propose is that you close the thermal cover, continue with buddy checks while we discuss any further work on the helmet camera.
Looks like the magnet's holding it closed. Yep, closed.
Our astronauts are now working to close the hatch thermal cover.
All right, buddy. All right, I'll start on you. I can see...
Coming up soon, they'll perform a series of buddy checks, checking out each other's spacesuits and making sure all is well.
1, 2. If you yaw body left, I can see your other tab. 1, 2, 3 tabs up, and both your safer handles are down. Copy. At least that is good news. And your crew lock bag is behind you, down by your left side, so it looks like it's a good convey. I see your tether pack running up to the forward black V-ring. Your tether pack is here. Okay, don't close, flag on black. But right now your waist tether runs up through your tether back, but as soon as you disconnect that, you get. Once you get that down, I can work on your other waist tether. Now, your other waist tether, like you mentioned before, is wrapped around the knuckle of your BRT. So if you take your left waist tether anchor hook off your main workstation.
You're getting a view now of the tethers that our spacewalkers Chari and Matthias Maurer are discussing.
Yep, that one. And then run it under your BRT and back to you. There you go. Now you're good. All right. All right. You're looking ready for a spacewalk other than helmet light. Okay. Are you ready for check? Tell me where you need me to move. I see the green helmet light.
Great view of NASA astronaut Chari now, who you see in the red stripes with the Earth below. Chari is assisting Matthias Maurer to make sure that his tethers are configured correctly.
Two from the a little bit. The 3 MIDI workstation tabs are up. Right behind us are both down now. And the true look back bundle is nicely on your left, and I think you can easily manage it. In your safety tether, I see that your EB1 crew hook is safely attached to the aft E-ring on the airlock. Its wheel 23 is unlocked, and I see that. Can you show me your small hook? It's locked. Yeah, it's locked, and it's in the steering extender. And your other safety tethers are routed on the right and clear. Copy, thank you. There is one small vent which is on your PGT, which is locked out. You might unlock it so that you don't snag it. Thank you. All right. Take that body check complete. I have for a baseline half jacket is dry. My gloves do not have any new smudges on them from when we started. And the same for ED2, my hat is dry and my gloves look pristine, like from when we started. Alright, and stand by for the helmet. I would minimize your movement for now, Matthias, because those are just held on by Velcro.
Roger, Matthias, copy all. And we are ready. Good buddy checks and copy your HAP and baseline gloves. We're still discussing the HECA.
Copy. Trying to see what might be a good position for me to work on this. I'm thinking stay on the handrail here. I get behind you in between the wagon wheel. Back here I might be able to get some wedge myself in there enough to work on it. Catch on your part that they came off. Toasted. I'm this way a little bit more. I'm see if I can see the latch mechanism back there. And Phil, I'll defer to you. Obviously, you guys have the grip sheet. One idea is I can rent to this cable that I'm pointing at with my left hand, and then try to work it back on the latches. And that way, if I miss, at least I get a rent to it. But we'll stand by for your words.
And Roger, Matthias, we're still talking about it, but what we're thinking is using a wire tie to keep Matthias's, to better secure Matthias's helmet camera. But we're still discussing. Stand by, please.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
You just heard Ground IV Stephanie Wilson relay to the crew that they're working on a fix for Matthias's
And also,
helmet camera.
Your assessment, do you think using a wire tie is something that you can perform?
I can't, but what am I wire tying it to? Like the visor knob or something like that? So I have to look for something I would attach it to.
And we have some initial thoughts, but let me get the final plan.
Okay. All right, just dust my BRT here while we have some time. You want me? Oh, no, I'm not. It's fine. I was just putting it higher up on my body so I can get to it later. Ah.
Roger, Matthias, we're still discussing. We do have some steps that we're pulling together. We appreciate your patience. You can hang out for a bit and perhaps get some good photography.
Good. There.
What the crew is working through now is a camera and helmet light assembly that just doesn't want to stay secured into place. The ground right now is working a solution, possibly using some wire ties, but still talking amongst themselves on a solution. Basically, they just don't want to interfere with the spacesuits or the ability for the spacewalkers' life support units to get in the way or anything to be compromised there. But as soon as we have a fix, our spacewalkers will be on their way to the work site. You're getting a live view of the Quest airlock with two spacewalkers, Chari in the spacesuit with red stripes. You can see his legs poking out there. And European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer. They began their spacewalk and are getting ready to go out to their work site. But first, the crew here on the ground is working on a solution to Matthias Maurer's camera and helmet light assembly, kind of keeping it in place before they head off.
This is Brazil below. Yes, I think so. Could be.
Roger, Matthias, just checking in. We're still working it. The plan is coming together. I should be back with you shortly.
Copy on.
a solution to the loose camera and helmet light assembly. Part of the helmet section of the spacesuit for Matthias Maurer is in work with the ground crew here. Our next step is to hear from our ground IV, basically the Capcom of a spacewalk. NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson is expected to give some words to the crew once they're ready.
Roger, Matthias, the plan has come together. Thank you for your patience. So what I'd like to do is kind of read the steps as a big picture, get your comments and assessment, and then we can step through it.
Okay.
And the plan includes using 2 long wire ties, Roger, from your BRT. So you're going to use those wire ties to secure to the safer towers. You'd wrap one end of the wire tie around the right E-hip gimbal while Matthias attempts to hold the EMU-TV E-hip assembly onto his helmet. The tie down should minimize impingement into the thruster areas, and the preference is to route around the vertical safer tower to minimize the possibility of the wire tie sliding toward the thrusters. Then you'll wrap the open end of the wire tie around the safer tower.
So read that back to Earth. I think you said I'm going basically taking a long wire tie and going around the gimbal and then down to the safer tower. And I didn't explain the thing you're talking about, the vertical part of the tower.
Right. And the safer tower, it's kind of it's an upside down L. So you'll be wrapping the other end of the wire tie around the horizontal portion and keeping it clear of any thrusters.
Okay, I think I did that. So almost following the same routing as the Velcro, essentially.
Yeah, that's correct.
I would just compare, yeah. Okay. All right, I will start putting that in work. I'll work on his right side first, and why don't you find whatever a stable position is for you that I can kind of push you around and you won't move. Yeah, I have a stable position. Okay. And I'll try to make it myself. So I'm going to kind of use you to translate on them, or to brace myself as I'm doing this. Yep.
Ground IV Stephanie Wilson just communicated the plan that our EVA team here on the ground came up with. Essentially, astronaut Chari is going to use one of the wire ties on his body restraint tether, one of the tethers keeping him to the International Space Station. It was decided that these wire ties will not be used throughout the space station, so they're available to use on Matthias Maurer's camera and helmet light assembly. He'll be attaching it to part of the safer unit, making sure to be careful of not interfering with the safer unit's ability to safely get Matthias Maurer back to the space station in the event of an emergency. You're getting a live view of Mission Control in Houston, now the International Space Station's flight control room, where flight controllers are talking amongst themselves on a solution to the camera and helmet light assembly. They've gotten instructions for NASA astronaut Chari on how to secure that into place, and are just making sure that the path is correct and agreed upon by everyone in the room. Once this solution has been worked.
I think where you're talking about, I've got pre-twisted. What I'm going to try to do is use the ret hook, put more twist into it to essentially tighten this down more.
When a solution has been worked, NASA astronaut Roger Chari will work to configure the robotic arm and ride it out to the radiator beam valve module while Matthias Maurer routes an Ethernet cable.
Well, I guess one caution with this, Matthias, is you probably won't be able to, like, manipulate the aiming of your lights. You'll just have to be careful when you're up there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. If you could aim it, I think, if you could aim it already now? Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I'm pulling you around here. And we're all done with this. Let's check our safety tethers again, because I'm hanging all over your back here trying to fond you. See what, let me try to let me get a camera view on that so they can see it. Yeah. Do you have KU back, Stephanie?
Roger, we do not, and we're also about 2 minutes from a teacher's S-band handover.
Good. I would kind of like you to see this before I do the other side, and just so I'm not wasting time if not what you're imagining. I'll hold here then until you get a view.
Copy that. We'll let you know.
Your helmet lights, Matthias, on that right side look like they're in line and like properly positioned. But the left side will have to change a little bit, but I think the right side looks good. Yeah. What you could do is like you could flatten these the wire tie so that it's like less of an obstacle when I move around. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, let me try to tuck it in on top of the staples.
And Roger, Matthias, also for your essay, we're about 11 minutes tonight.
Copy, copy, y'all. I think that body position worked pretty well, so what I'm thinking is maybe I could just go to the aft side and not go to the forward side for the next one. Does that make sense? Yeah. I could also just yaw around. Oh, okay, yeah, that might work, yep. Trying to think. But you want me to I don't have the handrail on this side, doesn't go all the way around, but we'll try it. Let's like get the camera view and have you yaw, see if that works. That'd be the easiest thing. But hold on so they get to see this view. Perfect. Hey. Well, if we had gray tape out here, I could really fix it. Yeah, I was covering your helmet, gray tape.
We're waiting for our live views of the International Space Station to come back as we hand off between satellites. Once we get our live view back, the folks here in Mission Control will evaluate Roger Chari's work, securing the lights and camera assembly. And it looks like we're getting our live views back now.
Roger, Matthias, we're back with you on KU.
Okay, let me get position 2. exactly sure what you see in the echo, then hopefully you can see that.
Assessing.
You need to aim.
Roger, nice work. We like what we see on that side. So if you can repeat it on the other side, that'd be great.
Good try. If you're able, before you swing all the way around, yep, you're actually fine. I'm going to work on getting the rat while you swing, so take your time. No rush. Just be aware you're
With their visuals back, it looks like the ground here just confirmed with NASA astronaut Roger Chari that the camera and helmet light assembly on Matthias Maurer's spacesuit looks good to them. We're now 1 hour into the spacewalk. Since the crew has spent considerable time working on Matthias Maurer's camera and helmet light attached to his helmet there, the crew here on the ground is now discussing what procedures we'll be able to get to today. Of course, the priority of today's tasks is the radiator beam valve module. It was not expected to take the whole spacewalk, so now they're discussing what other maintenance tasks that were planned we'll still have time for.
All right, once more, I'm going to use you as a translation aid here. Be a little closer this time. Great lap strap practice. Yes. All right. Did you like to your mini workstation? No, you're fine. Okay. On you again. You all right? And then get around the safer Dexter Tower. Bang, I need to let you go. Actually, if you can hold me in this position, that body position. Good. I'm going to move a little closer to you now. Got it routed. I'm just trying to get the wire tie. Tip you around here. Hold on, let me lock out this red. I can get it.
So to recap today's events, our spacewalkers today switched their suits to internal battery power at 7:32 a.m. Central Time. When they exited the hatch, Matthias Maurer had trouble keeping his helmet camera and light firmly attached to the spacesuit. The spacewalk team here on the ground came up with a solution for Chari to use one of his wire ties on one of the tethers of his spacesuit to secure it into place. So even though the Matthias is experiencing a problem with his spacesuit, the crew is in good health. This has nothing to do with our astronaut. They're both completely fine. We just need to secure the helmet into place, as well as the light.
I had it, but slipped off, so I'll put it again back to the mystery tower. Repositioning here. Just stay where you're at. If you want to let go of my MWS and stabilize yourself. All right, guys. Yeah, no, let go of my MWS and stabilize your body. We'll try to use again. I think this is work better. Okay, there's 3 twists. Now I'm going to start tightening it with the ret. Okay, stay where you are. Can you grab it? Stabilize your body again, please. All right. Okay. Houston, you can see the routing for that one. I don't know if you're happy with that.
Roger, nice work. We are happy with that routing. And big picture, now that we have completed that work, we're going to reset as you could think of it. I'll get a glove and half check from you. We'll start the initial tasks for this EVA as we have planned and as are written, and we'll assess as we go the task at the end. I heard your reference earlier to gray tape. I like that. That does fix all, as does teamwork. You guys did a nice job working together and working through this, and we're here with you, and we will get the task accomplished for this EVA. Nice work.
Thanks, Killer. Thank you. Let's clean up our tethers and stuff, as I know we crossed a few times there, Matthias, trying to translate on one another, so take your time, and then we'll take buddy checks once we are happy with our config.
And we're now able to see the helmet camera views of both of our spacewalking astronauts today. Chari on the left, who's our EV1, and Matthias Maurer on the right as EV2.
Okay, I verified my anchor hook. It goes black on black. Safety wheel unlocked. System. My yellow hook is attached to the green wheel. Box, straight closed, black on black. And the anchor hook on my suit is also straight closed, black on black. So I have straight closed now.
Now that Matthias Maurer has his camera and helmet light fully secured and is not interfering with his safer unit in any way, they're going to go on as if they just got out the door. We are about an hour and 12 minutes into our spacewalk here today, just beginning our tasks now. They're going to do buddy checks right now and tether checks now.
I can see your bundle on the left side. Looks pretty secure and back out of your way.
After their buddy checks conclude, they'll make their way to their first work site.
And once that moves, you'll be good on tethers. In terms of mine, I see my anchor hook marked EV1 single on the aft 50 ring. That is locked around that direction. Yep, from there, still locked. Okay, now there it is. Gate closed, locked, black on black. The reel is unlocked, going to my left T ring. Extender, it is gate closed, black on black, and it's the red and white rubber pole number 1. And my right space tether pack is attached with my workstation on the right gear extender. That's for dropping later. And if you can check my log back there, and I see I got swung around quite a bit when I was crawling on you, I think. Yeah, we try to reconfigure that before we start translating. One latch of the door open.
You're getting a good view now of NASA astronaut Chari. You can tell because he's got the red stripes on his legs. In just a moment, you should be able to see 2 bright lights shining out from his helmet. Those are the lights that we were fixing on the camera of Matthias Maurer's helmet, you're looking at his point of view now.
All right, so let me have a body check on you. I see anchor light on, WVS light is on. I see like 4 lights on, floodlights. I see mini workstation tapped. 1, 2, 3, 4. The VIP one, our lap. That's good. Tracer handles are both down. If you ordered it to my side, yes, they're both down. And the safety tether configuration you reported, so you look in good shape for me. All right. I think with that, Killer, if you're ready, we'll have Matthias start heading up the Cedarspur.
Nice work, good checks. We are ready for Matthias to start his translation up the Cedarspur.
That's good. And let me know once you're up top and headed forward. Yeah, all right, take it slowly. Yep, absolutely.
Sounds great. And when you get to phase 1, there's a caution, avoid contact with deployed test cable.
My old friend.
Old buddy, old friend.
I-40 Matthias. Going up to Seacoast. Your tender back looks good. Down between your legs. Okay. And I'm on the seat right. And walking towards. As you go port, wait for your tether to pull a little taut, then I'll start heading up. Yeah.
The first stop for our spacewalkers is the Crew Equipment Translation Aid Cart, or CETA cart, where Matthias Maurer is going to be headed. The CETA cart is an aid to the spacewalkers and a spot where the spacewalkers can attach equipment when they need to stow something. Maurer will stow his tool bag to the CETA cart, while Chari follows the same path shortly after and retrieves a portable foot restraint from the same CETA cart. This portable foot restraint attaches to the station's robotic arm, so the arm can move Chari to various work sites today.
CETA cart. I'm on the CETA spur.
Copy, Roger.
And turn a little sideways here, so I keep an eye on Matthias' tether as I come up.
Our spacewalkers have now left the airlock and are making their way to the CETA cart.
Past the mobile transporter.
Copy, Matthias.
Coming up on the port CETA cart. That's where I need to stow my luggage.
That's correct. You'll stow the bag bundle with the external adjustable and the crew lock bag adjustable.
Work. Drop. Local. That's you. Okay, I'm at the top of the CETA spur. I see your tether down below me. And I see my tether on top of yours.
And you're getting a view of the CETA cart now.
That's good.
Roger. Kayla and Tom are with you. No rush, but when you're ready, we are go for your safety tether swap and APFR install and ingress.
Copy.
You just heard the voice of NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn. You saw him earlier in our coverage helping our spacewalkers into their spacesuits today. Now he and Kayla Barron have moved to the robotic arm operations area. They'll be taking turns flying Chari on the robotic arm today.
And then when you're happy with the bag stowage, you'll retrieve the wire tie caddy from the P4 crew lock bag and stow it on your mini workstation.
I'm going to drop down. Well, Southwest bag is on hotel, and the P4 bag is on golf, and other retrieve. The wire tie, cabin.
Copy, Matthias.
See the card.
And copy, Roger. We see you en route to the FHRC to attempt stow the RBVM crew lock bag.
I'm trying to keep Matthias' tether out in front of me. I get on the other side here, Matthias. Before you go later, I may have you check just to make sure I haven't entangled your tether. Yeah, I will be moving out in a second. There's both bags on my BLT, taking them off. I verify both are safely secured. Take off the BLT rack. At the MT, tally your tether, tally the test cable. Your tether is on the snag on my crew lock bag. To your left, Matthias, but do not rush. Got plenty of time. I got my eyes on your tether now. It works deconflicted. Taking off my locus, and I will be moving Venus from here. Towards Venus.
Matthias, next is your green hook, stowing that on handrail 3651.
Yep. Matthias at 3651. Hold on, Matthias, hold on. Don't come down yet. The tether's wrapped up on me. You get our local picked up, and I'll push your tether below it, and then move again. But it's trapped right now. Hold on a second. Matthias, hold on. I see it. Okay. Can you tell me if I'm clear of yours? You're clear. Yes, you're clear. Okay. Stay high. Copy, yep, I'm coming up under the MC to the port seating cart now, so I'll stay high. I will stay low. I'll push my locus. And EV2 green hook on 3651. I check the wheels are both unlocked.
Copy, Matthias.
And as far as I can see, my safety tether is clear, but it's below your left foot, driver. Okay? So clear though? It's clear, huh? Maybe I should move it to the lower tension. Good idea.
Matthias, when Roger is ready for you to move, next will be your translation on the P1 nadir handrail path towards the CP8 rail bag.
And you're clear to keep moving, Matthias. I'm above you now, and I think your cutters are clear. I can see mine. I can't see yours, and I think that's because it's got nadir with you. Is this just coming nadir? Output nadir. Output nadir.
And Matthias, there are two cautions as you translate that way. Do not translate on the radiator beam and avoid cyclic loading, and avoid kicking the radiator beam. If any contact, wait 2 to 5 minutes to allow for structural response to dissipate.
Okay. Hey, I'm at the FHRC. Stephanie on the workout storing the RBBM bag.
Copy that.
Chari just confirmed that he has the tools that he'll need for the radiator beam valve module work site. First, he's got to get his portable foot restraint installed to the robotic arm, where then he'll then mount the arm and be moved to the work site. Meanwhile, Matthias Maurer, leaving the CETA cart, he'll grab some wire ties from one of the bags and go retrieve a reel of cables that is on the outside of the International Space Station. He'll use these supplies and start routing an Ethernet cable on his way to the Camera Port 8 work site. He'll follow a path of handrails to help him guide the cables. Later in the spacewalk, they'll work to replace a camera. Routing this Ethernet cable ahead of time will save some time later on.
And then stow the wire tie caddy in the pouch of the reel bag.
Work.
You're getting a view now of the station's robotic arm that Chari will have his feet connected to later on.
Killer, the RBBM bag is tethered via AET to the FHRC handrail. I'm going to start working on getting my safety tethered pack onto the SS service lead point.
Copy that. Nice work, Roger.
In Killer EV1, I've got my EV1 pack, white hook, locked, gate closed, black on black. on the tether point.
Copy that.
This is my right waist D-ray extender red hook, through hook, and then it's gate closed, lock, lock. Going back into the tether swap and pick up the APFR.
Copy that. That's a good plan.
You just heard Chari speaking with the ground, talking about configuring his tethers to prepare him to get onto the station's robotic arm when he's ready. You're getting a live view now of Matthias Maurer. He's routing an Ethernet cable that will support a camera once they install it later on in the spacewalk.
And Matthias is at 36 and attaching the first wire Chari.
We copy Matthias, and we have a great view.
36. Actually, 36, 37. You want me to go to the 36, 30?
And the
36, which is close to the radiator, or the 36, 37? I believe it's the 36, yeah. You want to be to the outside, I understand. So I correct?
And Matthias, there's a couple of cable routes. You should be on the nadir aft side. So we're expecting the series 3636 and 3670.
Yes, copy all, and I just corrected on a 3636.
Copy that. Thank you.
Our ground IV Stephanie Wilson just confirmed with ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer that what he's doing is indeed correct. He's routing cables to camera port 8 by way of handrails. So right now he just installed the first of the Ethernet cables, attaching it to a handrail, and is going in the correct direction on his way to the second. You're getting a view now of Maurer inching along using wire ties to connect the Ethernet cable to those handrails. He'll follow along a path to the work site, and when he's finished, retrace his steps back to the CETA cart.
23 is unlocked and runs up the starboard side of the port CETA cart, and I have it on the handrail. I can't see the number on it, but it's the handrail stanchion next to Grid Bravo. Should hopefully keep it tucked up out of Matthias' way until I come back to get it later.
And we copy handrail stanchion next to a Grid Bravo. That works for us.
Working on getting the APFR.
And next is to retrieve the APFR from the port CETA cart, stow that on your BRT, and as you prefer, you can adjust the pitch setting with it installed on the cart or once you have it on your BRT.
I'll try to go ahead and get it now.
Okay, you're looking for a pitch of Papa Papa.
Oh, this pitch now is way easier than the last APFR on the last EVA.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Okay, Papa Papa is set.
Copy Papa Papa.
Don't forget the other settings while I'm here.
All right, it'll be Foxtrot 6.
That's it. Right, 3670.
Copy, 3670.
You just saw the number 3670 peeking out from one of the handrails. This means that Matthias Maurer is right on track and has been routing the Ethernet cable along the handrails correctly, and he's now on his second.
And the settings are in. Working on getting the BRT set up to take it out.
Copy.
We just switched over to the live view of NASA astronaut Chari. That behind him is the robotic arm that he'll be attached to shortly. Right now he's working on configuring his tethers and will shortly be installing the portable foot restraint.
And Matthias at 3686.
Copy, you've got 3686 in work.
Back now at the seated cart of the International Space Station, where NASA astronaut Chari's got his hands on the portable foot restraint to be used to attach the spacesuit to the robotic arm to get to the work site.
Sorry. Yeah. BRT, rest the ATFR, stood on my BRT. How are you doing, Matthias? I'm at 3810 and going now inlet. Copy?
And Matthias, for your translation, you would continue aft. You're looking next for handrail P3, handrail 3809.
So I'm not going up P3, like I'm now at 601. Isn't that the point where I follow the cable upward? Like I've seen it.
And checking.
Yeah, it's the next one I have in front of my eyes is 3809.
And we copy, we see that. We believe the previous one you put down might make the routing a little bit short. We believe you placed one at 3810, and we'd like you to undo that if so.
Okay. The routing should, however, be the same, no? Go around that corner here. You have a good view on it? Otherwise, it will have radiator interference.
We do have a good view. We're checking. Matthias, we're discussing, we do see the concern with it going across that gap, but we think if you simply secure it to 3809 and tend it around the gap, that should be good.
All right.
And we're discussing, stand by. We've been admiring your handiwork with the wire ties. So stand by while we discuss it.
Astronaut Stephanie Wilson serving as our ground IV today, just communicating with Matthias Maurer. It looks like he had attached the Ethernet cable that he's routing to an incorrect handrail, and that there was a better one that they had in mind originally. However, the ground crew is communicating now to see if the path that he had originally set was actually okay, and if we'll have enough wire to get to the work site.
Corner, if you can take up the slack so that it's taut around the corner when you place the wire tie at 3809.
Like this?
We have a better view now, and that looks better. Thank you.
Okay. So, I understand I can proceed. In case you need more slack, this would be a candidate to come back and release it.
And we like your plan.
All right, the APFR is installed 12, Papa, Fox, 6, black on black. Good full twist test.
Copy all, and the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed?
Is locked. Again, out and move locked.
Copy that. Nice work with the APFR. You can go back and retrieve the RBV and crew lock bag and stow it on your BRT.
Copy. Good work.
You just heard the ground talk to Roger Chari about the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint. It looks like Chari's got it installed onto the robotic arm and has now been instructed to get his tool bag so he can go off to the RBVM work site. Meanwhile, Matthias Maurer is working to route an Ethernet cable. He's doing that in support of a later task in the spacewalk to install a wireless access port capable HD camera. This is a camera that's mounted to the outside of the space station. We've been upgrading the cameras as we've gone, the last two being installed in January of 2021.
BRT got wrapped around my camera here, so I'm just working on untangling that here before I attach it to the crew lock bag.
Copy that. No hurry.
While our space rockers go on with their tasks, Roger Chari connecting the portable foot restraint to the robotic arm and Matthias Maurer routing some Ethernet cables, I thought we could take some Ask NASA questions. Again, if you have a question about our operations today, be sure to head over to Twitter and use hashtag AskNASA to submit your question. I have one from Bob here on Twitter who's asking, did the ammonia's hose cause a problem during the spacewalk? So no, it didn't cause a problem during a spacewalk, but we found that the ammonia was leaking from one of the hoses. So that radiator had to be turned off because the hoses were removed in a spacewalk in 2018. So that all went well, and the hose was brought back to the ground and refurbished and sent back up. But in the meantime, the radiator had to be turned off. Fortunately, the space station has 6 radiators, so it was still able to cool the space station down. Again, kind of like the radiator of your car works to cool down your engine. So we had 5 other ones fully functional, and then replacing the hoses today just improves our capability for that.
Copy, Matthias, 3807.
What module is that, just for my essay? It's P3. Copy, thanks. For the radiator.
Roger, we see you preparing for ingress. One double check on the safety tether pack that's on the arm. Can you verify that the reel is unlocked? I believe I heard you call that, but please verify the reel is unlocked.
Yep, that's both unlocked.
Copy, thank you.
The space station is now in an orbital daytime, flying over the South Pacific Ocean. You can see astronaut Chari egressing or getting aboard the Canadarm2, also known as the space station's robotics arm now. He'll be working to get into the portable foot restraint, which is what will attach him to the arm. NASA astronauts Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron will be inside of the space station at the controls.
T805, and here I need you to solve the wire tie. Tom, I'm ready to go to the RBVM back-off position. I've got my tethers picked up from the ISS side, local on the ingress handle, and my crew lock bag clear.
We copy. We copy. Go for the maneuver to RBVM back-off.
And the maneuver is about to begin. With a go from our flight director here, Chari is good to move to the work site at the controls of Caleb Barron and Tom Marshburn.
EV2 just lost the wire tie with the old classic. I was pulled it out of the red and cut the finger on the red button. Sorry about that.
Roger, we're starting motion, 4 meters, station forward.
Matthias, we copy. If you were able to tell, could you estimate a speed and direction?
It's going straight in nadir. And speed, I would say like, it was maybe half a meter per minute. A bit faster. Maybe 2-3 meters per minute. But straight in nadir.
And we copy.
Roger, half meter to go.
As we wait to see motion on the robotic arm with Chari on board. Meanwhile, on another part of the International Space Station, astronaut Matthias Maurer is about 3 wire ties away from completing his task. As soon as he's done, He'll begin to...
Matthias, for your departure rate, was that half a meter per second?
Yes, that's probably about right. Half a meter per second.
Once Matthias Maurer is done with his task, he will retrace his steps across the handrails back to the seat of cart where they began.
Roger, stand by as we set up for the first of 3 JOCASs.
Copy, 3 JOCASs. Stand by. And I actually have a visual on you, Matthias, so I see where you're at. Okay.
Roger, we're starting motion, 7 meters, station zenith. Your head will be facing starboard and zenith. When we're done, we're in course rates.
Copy. I've got my destination in sight.
And he's off. Robotic arm operator Tom Marshburn just confirmed with Roger Chari that he is in motion.
Over your left shoulder. Over my left shoulder. Oh, yes. Look at you. You got the transport. Flight time will be 3804.
Copy, 3804. And we're excited that Roger is having a chance to fly the smooth and friendly skies of Kayla and Tom.
Absolutely. Way better than business class.
Chari is now on the robotic arm in flight to his workstation today. Just crossed over the southern tip of Argentina as he had a second to take a break and enjoy the ride.
Roger, while you're on the arm, there's a few get-ahead steps that you can perform. Retrieving the GoPro from the crew lock bag and powering it on. You can verify the light is blinking and stow it on your mini workstation facing out.
Roger, we are starting motion, 8 meters aft, 3 meters nadir. You'll be facing the truss.
Copy. You said I can go ahead and turn it on, Stephanie, now? So it runs?
That's affirmed.
The Canadarm2 is still in motion with Raja Chari on board. He's doing a couple of get-ahead tasks like powering on a GoPro that he brought with him. Provides the ground the opportunity to get an astronaut's view of what they'll be working on today. Meanwhile, Matthias Maurer is working on to install the Ethernet cable to the last handrail. As soon as he's done with that, he'll retrace his steps and head back to the CETA cart, where more equipment awaits him.
See the UHF antenna, clear that. GoPro's on. I'm getting the cap keeper out as well. I think what I saw Sonya do is to look for MWSM detector, so I'll try that.
Roger, your last transmission was a bit broken. I believe you said you've got the GoPro on, and now you're working the cap keeper.
That's a good copy. Yep, I'm putting the cap keeper on the mini workstation and leaving it right into the crew lap bag.
Copy that.
I can see the work site.
Copy, Roger. You have the work site in place. I'm getting some snaps, and when convenient, we'll take a glove and hap check from you.
Hap is dry as it was when it came out. Maybe a new smudge on my right major finger at the first knuckle. Otherwise, identical to before.
Copy, dry hap and smudge on your right knuckle. For glove and hap checks, the PET is currently 2 hours, 4 minutes. Limiting consumable is EV2 Medox, 7 hours, 30 minutes.
Copy out. That's the one to glove and hap check from EV2. After I'm done here.
And Roger, Matthias will get those after you're done.
Yep. I'm at 136.85. That's right below the racetrack, and yeah. The testing the paper here.
Copy 3685. And for Roger, there are a couple of cautions I could also read to you now. Do not.
And for Robo Raja, you are stand by 1, Stephanie. Roger, we're in Burns. You're going to be moving 2 meters nadir, a little bit forward, starting motion.
Copy. Regular.
And for those 2 cautions, do not translate on radiator beam and avoid cyclic loading. P-clamp standoff and radiator cinch bolt protrude into work envelope. Do not contact with helmet bubble.
Maurer is now working on connecting the very last of his Ethernet cables to the handrails. The ground crew here just confirmed that the amount of slack looks good, so he followed the path correctly and will have plenty of margin for connecting the camera later on. He's going to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, Chari is almost at his work site. He's got it in his sights, and Tom Marshburn relayed to him that motion will begin once again to get him the rest of the way there.
Get my crew lock bag over to my right side here. Somebody had done that, but it looks like it might work pretty well here. This is at a brake track. Fixing the remaining cables.
Copy, Matthias, and also copy, Raja. And as you're configuring the crew lock bag, you can also check other tethers and tools are clear and your ingress aid tucked.
Ingress aid is tucked in.
Copy.
My crew lock bag is set off to the right, and it's clear of the radiator, which I can see off to my right. When we go to the other right side, I'll definitely remind me to move it back to my left side, because it'll be close at that point. But and Stephanie, cable is stowed, and attached, the remaining slack is attached to the brake track. I was now picking up my way back to pick up my green hook. It's Columbus.
And we copy. Nice work with this cable routing, and we'll take a glove and help check from you.
Okay.
And for Raja, we are go for the GCA to publish, 65 centimeters body in, and make sure your body and your APFR are clear.
Copy, I've got the clearance, so I can see the boot plate if I bend over. If you wind up needing to look at that. Is that to come over the radiator and see if, go ahead with any comm you need? Yeah, quickly, I have this dry my class like initially, no changes. I mean, back to you, okay, copy, you know, you got your translation path? If you don't need any words on there, you go next.
And copy.
Sounds good, then Tom, copy, yay, and I'm, Stephanie, anything else before we start the GCA?
Nothing additional. Please proceed.
All right. Okay, Tom, start GCA.
Starting motion, body in.
Okay, good motion.
Copy, good motion. Centimeters to go.
Okay. Boot plate is clear of the truss and the jumpers. I cannot clear the boot plate to the radiator. I can't see that clearance. Can I clear my head to the radiator? That's good. After this.
You see the boot plate. Can you go? We have you cleared by parallax, 2 camera views.
Yep, I'm clear of this standoff.
Copy, clear.
Continue. you, Matthias? I'm doing fine. I'm at the seatback pad, working my way around. Stephanie, I've got bail numbered in, 141 in my hand, looking at M1, and I've got the bail at 12 o'clock. Yes, that's the docking lever locked. Ready for next words. Do you have any other things you need to talk about before we go into QD blocks? No, there's nothing from my side. I'm at the seatback card, swapping the bags as agreed, and then I will make my way to Columbus. That's it. Yeah, because we'll take more time here, very slow.
That sounds good, Matthias. Roger, for the mate steps, inspect the female QD for debris or damage.
No debris or damage?
Verify QD is ready to mate by checking detent button up.
That is up.
I heard you report the locking colors in the locked position. Check forward white band not visible.
Forward white band is not visible.
Assess and counteract side loads prior to mate and mate the QD.
So Chari is now working to install the first of the 2 hoses that he'll be installing between the radiator and the radiator beam valve module. Since our hoses have 2 sides, he's first working on the radiator beam valve module side.
Check forward white band visible.
Visible.
Perform pull test.
Pull test.
Perform visual gap test.
No gap, right up against the thread.
Copy. That's a good mate. You can remove the ret from the bail, and if you're able to, place P782 and the Zenith inboard TA clamp.
And we just confirmed that the first side of the first hose has been properly mated or installed.
It looks like it's also the more inboard one, is that correct? Or should it be the more outboard one?
He's working with standard male-female connectors, also referred to as jack and plug connectors. He first mated the 1-inch jumper on the RBVM side, and then he's going to move on to his second jumper. Then the robotic arm will move Chari just slightly over to the radiator side and connect the other end of the hoses.
So it's underneath the MLIs or for shading.
Copy.
To at least. Okay. Done.
Next is the 3/4 inch jumper.
For, I believe, copy, F140 to M2.
Good words.
Chari just reported that he's going to move on and start working on the second hose that he's connecting to the radiator beam valve module side. Again, he'll be switching over to the radiator side and doing the same thing on the other side as soon as he's done.
This is the bundle that you will be picking up afterwards. Okay? A few seconds to clean up these wire ties before I try to hit this.
Copy that.
Apple's bag is on my VIP. Also the VIP red is attached to it, and I disconnected now from the P4 bag.
Copy that, Matthias. You'll translate to the green hook location on the lab, and your green hook handrail is at 263.
Copy. So need to split so everything's clear, and then I get moving.
Maurer is all done routing his Ethernet cables and made his way back to the CETA cart. He grabbed a different bag of tools and is now about to go on his way to the Destiny module, also known as the U.S. lab, on his tour of the space station today, and he's going to stow some equipment there. He'll grab a cable adapter from his bag and then make his way a short distance over to the far end of the European Space Agency's Columbus module. Maurer is en route now.
Matthias, I'm going to take the comm for some heat block. Okay, if you're ready. Yep. Okay. Killer sounds like Matthias is in a good spot, so ready for QD block. M2 to F140.
Copy the mate F141. I'm sorry, F140 to M2. The bail also goes to 12 o'clock. You can inspect the QD for debris or damage.
Inspected, no damage on the female side.
Verify the QD is ready to mate by checking the detemp button up.
That button is up and the locking collar is unlocked, and the forward white band is not visible.
Copy. Assess and counteract side loads and mate the QD.
Copy.
The hose that you see on screen now will have ammonia flowing through it to help cool down the space station from the heat of the onboard electronics.
Okay, it's made it. Forward white band is visible.
Perform snapback test and check forward white band visible.
Snapback test, forward white band is visible, and I do not see a gap between it. I can see the threads up against the collar.
Copy. Good gap test. Perform pull test.
Good pull test as well.
Chari just confirmed that he has the jumpers attached to the radiator beam valve module side. This is the second hose that he's attaching, and just confirmed that he did it and did a series of checks to confirm that it was good.
Copy. Let's back the bag, working on the T8 close.
You may hear some technical chatter between our ground IV Stephanie Wilson with our spacewalkers today. When she says mate F140 to M2, that's technical speak, just meaning that Chari is go to attach the female side to the male side, ensuring a good connection.
At hand rate 263.
Copy that.
And I believe I stowed the bag on 259.
That's affirmed. Papa Soyu bag goes to 259.
In work. Matthias, now.
And Matthias, could you hold your position, please? We're checking something in our camera view.
It's the safety tether rotating. I think it's a stick Roger safety tether, and that should be clear now. Mercury knows. I'm clear now.
Matthias, nicely done. Please continue.
Thank you.
Maurer is now at the Destiny module, or the U.S. lab, and he's going to be stowing some equipment there so that he could make his way over to the European Space Agency's Columbus module. Once on Columbus, his goal is to install a jumper that supplies power and data from Columbus to the Bartolomeo science platform. He'll be working on the Columbus module's exterior for about a half an hour.
Before that.
I believe this next one's just a go maneuver, but they can start setting that up while you're talking to them. All right, ready for your work.
And you're right, Roger. Go ahead. Why don't you get the arm ops in work?
Okay, and copy, yeah, Kayla, Tom, you are go for to move to the radiator back off position. My tools and tethers are clear.
Copy, stand by for motion, 65 centimeters, body up.
Chari was previously working on the radiator beam valve module side, and now he's going to be moving on the robotic arm just slightly to the other side of the hose on the radiator side.
See good motion. I guess I'm going to start moving it. There's motion away from the ORU.
Roger, we're starting motion now.
Motion.
Matthias, for you, once you have the Papa Soyu bag stowed, you'll retrieve the GoPro from it, power it on, stow it on your mini workstation facing out, and also retrieve the Papa's cable with a mini workstation ret. And I'll have a few cautions to read to you before you start the translation.
Okay, and the GoPro is already powered on. I have a good note on my mini workstation, and with the bayonet I also attached the red, paper red, and on my VRT red I have our Papa's cable.
We copy the config. Then, as you're translating to Columbus, avoid contact with the lab EWC antennas, the Node 2 fluid tray hard lines, and the Node 2 CBM pedals.
Yeah.
So we'll meet you next at the Papa's worksite. And Roger, please, you have the comp.
All right. Copy it. Copy, you have the comp when needed. I've got the correct background on my left side. And let me know when you guys are ready for the GCA to publish Radiator TV.
Roger, we're starting motion on the first showcast. For about 2 minutes, we'll just take you to the next worksite.
Copy. Matthias, we're doing some geocasts and stuff, so you feel free to talk as you need to. All right, so I will be moving very slowly out to Columbus. I'm full of the cautions.
If you're just joining us, we're about 2.5 hours into our spacewalk today with NASA astronaut Chari and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer. They began the first hour of their spacewalk together at the airlock, where they were troubleshooting some issues with Matthias Maurer's helmet camera and the light that attaches to his helmet. Once they got figured out, they split up, and they're now working at opposite ends of the truss. Chari has connected the first side of the two hoses to the radiator beam valve module, and is currently moving over to the radiator side, where he can connect the other side of the hoses. Meanwhile, Matthias Maurer has gotten his supplies and attached them to the Destiny module, and he's going to make his way over to the Columbus module, where he'll install a jumper that supplies power and data from Columbus to the Bartolomeo science platform.
An arm and a half reach to the radiator on my right side.
The Bartolomeo science platform is a spot on the space station where external payloads can be installed to either face the Earth or out into space. This means that scientific experiments on Earth observation, astrophysics, and more are possible on this platform. The spacewalkers will be installing an electrical jumper that supplies the power and data, and this sets the platform up for success for the future installation of additional science experiments by the robotic arm.
We're setting up for the next manual maneuver. We need your clearance between your chest and the radiator cinch bolt, about 30 centimeters. And so you'll be given this clearance when maneuvering in.
Copy, I can see the cinch bolt, and ingress A is still tucked back. I've got eyes on the cinch bolt, and as well as the P-clamp standoff bracket. And so good. And Matthias, any other things you need to say here? No, I'm on Columbus. Okay, all right, you can start GCA, Tom.
Roger, we're ready for your GCA to publish, 70 centimeters body in.
Ready, and let's start GCA.
Starting GCA, starting motion.
You good motion.
Copy, good motion. Half meter to go.
Copy.
We've got a momentary loss of signal. This means that the communication is handing off from our TDRS, or Tracking and Data Relay satellites. It's an array of satellites that provide data and communication, basically our visual and our audio communication with the crew. We'll be back momentarily with our live views of our spacewalkers.
Roger, we're at the published position. Let us know if you need additional GCA.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to definitely go body in some more. I can't fit my hands, connectors here. I can clear the cinch bolt, so if we're going to look like a conflict on your side, it's going to be really close to my left sight as I come in.
Roger, we'll need you to clear your right shoulder in the radiator panel, and we're standing by for how far body in you need to go.
Yep, stand by. I'm going to reposition my culotte back here, because once I get in under the cinch bolt, I'm not going to be able to get to it. Let me sort this out here, how we're going to get in close enough. Let's see. So me a little more helmet. Let's try, what I'm thinking is we'll go some body in and then maybe do some body roll to get me away from the cinch bolt, but let's just try the straight body in for now and see how that works out. I should have, I've got a whole arm to the cinch bolt right now, but I'm at least some arms length away from the caps, so let's go try 30 centimeters body forward, but just give me a slow rate so I can ramp it out if I need to.
We copy 30 centimeters body in, going slow, starting motion. Copy, continue.
Yes, it's Papa.
15 centimeters to go.
Copy your Papa. Copy 15 centimeters. You continue?
Continuing.
And clear should be good. I'm able to lean right and move plate here, so cinch bolt's not a factor. Standoff's not a factor.
8 centimeters to go. Copy on clearance.
To the right radiator panel.
Centimeters to go.
Copy. Continue.
There's 30 centimeters, Roger.
Okay, stand by. Okay, I think I can work with this. I may have to do a GCA when it comes time to move the bales, but I should be able to make them from here. What's called GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Stand by for brakes. Brakes are on, you're go to work.
Copy. All right, I think I'm getting the caps first. Let's go in.
The firm Raja, cap keeper to the caps on Mike 3 and Mike 4, and you can demate the caps.
Copy. I can't see the M3 and M4 labels from this vantage point here, but they are the ones that look like what I expect to see down here. The inboard one is off.
Copy, inboard is Mike 3, and that's off. And Matthias, we see you have arrived at the Papos work site, and you're working the caps.
That's correct. Trying to remove the first cap. It's a bit on that, so I'm working it slowly.
Copy that. Slow and steady rinse the waste.
Since no spot EMI band.
Copy, Matthias. Good inspection of P2.
And for both sides, so I'm going to mate.
We concur. Mate P2 to J2 alpha.
3 and 4 caps are off. Work at the GoPro survey.
Copy that.
3 was definitely the hardest cap to get off. It felt like it had friction on the first, like, the threads were, it was probably the first one thread trying to get it off, and then it moved fine after that.
And we copy. And after the GoPro survey, we'd like a power cycle of your WVS.
Yeah, power cycle, but I don't see a green light. You want to try it again?
Checking. And Roger, one more push should do it. Not a cycle, but just now it'll be a power on.
Okay, see a green light.
Copy green light.
Gotta get a little more GoPro footage before the sun goes down the rest of the way. I see a little bit of residue flake type stuff on M3 at like the 11 o'clock position if you're looking at it. ISS 4 being 12 o'clock. Flakes in that one, and then at M4, little one at about 9 o'clock, and then again about 12 o'clock, but all very small. There's nothing that came loose right under the caps.
And we copy the words. Thanks for the report. I'm 1 minute, 20 seconds from a handover, but I'll get the caution in and then we'll pick up the mate on the other side. After opening a valve, limit torques at the QD interface to prevent twisting and open QD valve.
Hooray, Papas is connected. All right. Good job, Matthias. I was struggling with that one.
Copy, Matthias. Nice work. Nice work.
Copy the caution, Stephanie, and ready to set up for F128, the outboard on to M4.
That's affirmed. You can ready the QD.
Looking at it.
The bill for this one goes to 10 o'clock and 20 seconds to a handover.
10 o'clock. Copy.
So Rajatari started his day at the radiator beam valve module work site. He took off some caps. Since there weren't hoses there previously, there were caps in their place, so he took them off. He connected 2 jumpers to the radiator beam valve module side, and we'll connect the jumpers to the radiator side and open the valve, since he's already on that side. Then he's going to go back to the radiator beam valve module side and open the valve there. Even though the valves on both sides of the hoses are connected and the hoses themselves are connected, no liquid will be flowing through even though both of the valves are open. He'll also install 2 electrical connectors that provide heater power.
See if anything else you need to talk to about before I go into the queue.
These electrical connectors give Mission Control the ability to control the internal valves in addition to heater power. These internal valves will be used by Mission Control, who can command the RBVM to open its internal valves and reactivate that part of the radiator and send ammonia through.
This is going to be a little more difficult, I think, for these QDs on this side. But you know when you're back with us, Stephanie?
Back with you, and just we may have missed Matthias's report. Sounds like he's working on the mating of P2 alpha to JO2.
I just removed the gap, and the next one will be making this one. Good.
Copy that. That's a good plan.
Good contact. No fault. Good year, my best.
Copy. You have a go to mate. And Roger. For Matthias, yeah, that's it. All synced up just like that for Matthias at the Papa's worksite. And Roger, I'm ready for to start the blocks with you for mate and opening of F128 to M4.
I'm ready.
Inspect the QD for debris or damage.
No debris or damage.
Verify QD is ready to mate by checking detemp button up, locking collar in the lock position, and forward white band not visible.
Press button is up in the locked position, and no forward white band is visible.
Assess and counteract side loads prior to mate and mate the QD.
Maurer is on the Columbus module now, working to mate some cables that will go from the Columbus module onto the Bartolomeo platform. Maurer will move onto the platform itself to close some cable clamps on the zenith or space-facing side. This task allows for future installation of payloads by the robotic arm. Even though Maurer is on the Columbus module now, he does have a bag stowed onto the US Destiny module, and so when he's done with this task, he'll return to his tool bag and move on to some other tasks.
Good, Roger? Yep, just struggling with this QD. Trying to decide if a different body position would help, or I don't think it's side loaded, I can tell. And Chari, I'm confirmed Papa's second connector is connected. Successfully made it. Leave over center.
Copy Matthias, mated and over center. Nicely done.
Yes. Thank you. That concludes the Papa's worksite. Moving on now to Bartolomeo worksite.
We concur. I have 2 cautions to read to you, but first, Raja, we copy. We're discussing if there's any additional words we can offer to you for mating the QD. And for Matthias, as you translate to Bart, there's 2 cautions. Yay, nicely done, Raja. Let me give Matthias these cautions, and then I'll be back with you and the rest of the mate blocks. For Matthias, do not touch the connector doors on the Gold 2 interfaces and avoid contact with deployed booms and outrigger. We'll meet you later at the Bart worksite. Nicely done, Raja. Check that the forward white band is visible.
Forward white band is visible. Double snap back. Snap back with the forward white band still visible.
Copy. Perform pull test and visual gap test.
Good pull test.
The ground crew here just confirmed with ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer that he has successfully done his job on the Columbus module, and he's now making his way just a short distance over to the Bartolomeo science platform.
Visual gap test. Next, we'll open the valve. Prior and during valve movement, assess and counteract side loads, and rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Is it unlocked?
Depress the detent button and move the bail to the forward position.
Stephanie, I just realized I forgot to drop the green hook on the lab. I have the green wheel with me here, but I have put down the fair lead on Columbus on 933 as the plan. But the green hook is not on the lab. I hope that's okay.
And we copy that. Understand you've picked up your fair lead, and that is okay.
The fair lead here is still in place. Columbus.
Copy. We're ready for you to retrieve the fair lead, and you can continue to BART.
I leave the fair lead until after the BART. Don't have that green hook. You may need to pick up the fair lead so you don't touch those Ewer's antennas, though.
Copy that, and we concur. Leave the fair lead in place.
Yeah, and I need to drop the green hook here, otherwise I have not enough slack to go to that. So the green hook is now where the fair lead is.
Matthias, we copy all, and that's a good config.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Matthias, this is from my essay, so you're going from the aft side of Columbus to the forward side now, right? Yes, I'm now at the forward side of Columbus at the Bartolomeo platform. All right. And then, Killer, I've got the sail forward, aft white band is visible.
Copy. Is the detent button up?
Great question. I'm trying to figure that out with my mirrors.
Matthias Maurer retracing his steps just slightly as he's getting his hooks configured as he moves his body from the Columbus module and onto the Bartolomeo science platform. Configuring these hooks, make sure that he's safely attached to the station and has enough room to move around.
Copy. The last step is to rotate the locking collar to the locked position.
It's locked.
All right, nice done, nice work mating and opening the valve. You can install the booty over the QD.
I'm debating whether we should install the other one first, or I do the NLI. Because as hard as it was to get to this access, I'm a little worried if I put the NLI on now, it's going to block my access to the inboard. If I can put it on and then take it off, it becomes a problem. So I'll go ahead and put it on. Just give it a try.
And that's up to you. If you think the MLI will be in your way, we're happy to wait.
I'll just put it on, and then it's not in my way. That step is done already. If it is, I'll just take it off. Okay. The MLI is installed.
Copy. You can prepare the 1-inch QD F129. We'll mate up to M3 on the inboard side.
Kick the comm again for the QD blocks. Matthias, if you're ready. Have it. I'm at the Bartolomeo platform, dropping down my BLT, and then I start the plans. Okay. All right, Stephanie, ready for the QD blocks for the inboard. 129. The female end is clean and no debris.
Copy. The bail will clock towards 2 o'clock. You can verify the QD ready to mate by checking detent button up, locking collar in the locked position, and forward white band not visible.
Locking collar's up. Sorry, the button's up. The locking collar's locked, and no forward band is visible. Copy 2 o'clock position.
Assess and counteract side loads prior to mate and mate the QD.
These QDs that the ground is talking about with astronaut Chari are the quick disconnect, fluid quick disconnect, really. They're part of the connectors, and they're a little finicky and can be a little difficult to work with at times. But Chari has practiced with these mechanisms both in the space station, on the ground, and in the pool of the Neutral Buoyancy Lab.
Okay. It is mated, forward white band is visible.
Excellent. Perform snapback test. Check forward white band visible.
The snapback test with the forward white band still visible.
Perform pull test and visual gap test.
Pull test. Good gap check.
Copy. Good gap test.
Ready to open.
Roger for opening the valve. Prior and during valve movement, assess and counteract side loads. Rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Our ground IV is now walking astronaut Chari through the valve opening process. He's got both ends of both hoses connected, and so now he's working to open up the valves. Even though the valves will be open, no ammonia will be flowing through until Mission Control sends the command sometime after the spacewalk.
Half white band is visible.
Check detent button up.
Detent button is up.
Copy. You can retrieve the 1-inch SPID from the bag and install that on the QD.
Okay. You can talk as you need, Matthias, while I'm working this. Copy. I'm driving my first bolt, bolt number 10.
Copy, Matthias, bolt number 10.
Right. Am I done with the GoPro, by the way? That off my main workstation.
We're now 3 hours into today's spacewalk with European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer on the Bartolomeo platform. He is loosening some clamps to make it easier for future installation of scientific payloads onto the Bartolomeo platform using the robotic arm. He's on the second clamp now, working his way down a series of clamps on his task list, but he's going to do as many as he has time for.
Understand.
Put the cap keeper back in the bag too, just so I can get some more room to breathe in here. I know I need that for the MDGLs later, but I'll deal with that when I get to the other side.
And Roger, up to you. If you can put the cap keeper in the crew lock bag also.
10 and 8 closed. Will be bolted both towards out with a green light.
Copy, Matthias. 10 and 8 closed.
You're hearing the voice of Matthias Maurer as he's calling out what he sees on his PGT, or pistol grip tool. That's the tool that he's using to clamp the bolts that he's working on. He's got a series on his task list.
Yeah, let's see.
He's the hero of all of us.
True. Alright, cap keeper, GoPro back in the bag, skids coming out.
Copy.
You're looking at the PGT in motion, or the pistol grip tool. It's basically a cordless drill, and the drill has a small screen that displays the PGT's speed and torque settings. This comes in handy as the number of turns often has to be really precise.
Locking tabs are engaged to the fail off.
Copy.
And
Good pull test.
press them and they snap back into space. Good pull test.
Okay, we are complete with the mate and open valve steps for F129 to M3. You can install booties over the QDs.
And I can take my right off the skid, correct?
That's affirmed.
That skid went on way too easy, which means inbound to have rather than the other. Right. The booty is back on. Pitch bolt, I pushed body left, checked that it's 6.5 degrees off. And with that, I believe I am ready to go to the RBVM back-off position. Didn't require GCA. And that's also, I think, the point where you guys want to talk with Matthias about whether it's time to go with the gem or not. Okay. You guys want me to break out? I have, in addition to close the brackets number 1 and bracket number 13, so 4 in total. And Stanley, for just a second, let's get the arm going. And Tom, your go for the RBBM back off position. Talking about Matthias as needed. And Stephanie, this is Matthias.
Go ahead, Matthias.
About the breakout point for me to go to GEM. If that's so, how I'd like to get you go. I confirm that I have closed 4 brackets, all with the green chalked out lights, the talk. It's bracket 8, 10, 1, and 13.
We copy 8, 10, 1, and 13 are closed at the BART worksite for the clamps, and we're discussing a forward plan.
Do you want me to work another? I start working. Not sure.
And Matthias, we also wanted to check with you how your hands are feeling.
Okay. My hands are good. Sorry, I understood the face I handled. Yeah, my hands are good. I'm good to go to GEM.
And we copy. You're good to go to GEM. We're discussing if additional work here at the worksite.
Roger, we're about to start in motion. Because of lighting conditions, we are going to ask you to make this a GCA to published, and clear your right side of your body, right side of your boot plate with the radiator.
Okay, I can do that. What direction are we going with this body out?
Body out 70 centimeters.
Okay, I've got the clearance there for you.
Starting motion, 1 meter.
I see good motion. I should have said start GCA since we're doing it instead.
Copy, good motion.
Clearance to the radiator.
Matthias Maurer just confirmed with the ground that he has completed work on the first 4 clamps in his series of tasks. He has quite a few on his list, but the first 4 were priority order. The rest was only if time were to allow. He's going to work on a couple of more before moving over to the GEM. This is the Japanese module. There's some multi-layer insulation that has popped open, so Maurer will work to close the flap and secure it to some nearby handrails with a wire tie. Reinstalling the thermal blanket will help protect some cabling on the nadir side of the module.
Copy.
Roger, I think we can end GCA now if you agree.
Okay, if you're good with it, yep, GCA complete.
Setting up for the next showcast.
Copy.
Matthias, for you, we'd like you to continue to clamp 4. Once clamp 4 is complete, we'll have you translate back through to Columbus, pick up the Papa's ORU bag, and head to the GEM MLI task.
Copy. So I closed clamp number 2, but clamp number 2 never, bottoms out. I gave it, I would say, even 20 turns. It's fully closed, but the thread still keeps on spinning. I can pull on it, it doesn't open.
Copy. Thank you for the report. We consider clamp 2 complete. Please continue to clamps 3 and clamps 4.
Copy and work.
Maurer's got his tasks laid out for him. He's going to continue work on just a couple more bolts, and then he's going to retrieve his bag that he's had parked on the Destiny module and move over to the Japanese module. Meanwhile, Chari is in motion aboard the robotic arm.
get the capkeeper back out of your crew lock bag, Stephanie. And I'm also going to get the spit out while I'm moving here and have that ready.
Copy, Roger.
You can see the number 16 in the corner of your screen there. That means that you're seeing things from the point of view of astronaut Chari. We're looking through his helmet camera right now. To recap some of his tasks, he first installed the hoses to the radiator beam valve module side, then moved over to the radiator side to connect the other end of those hoses into the radiator. He opened up the valve on the radiator side and has just moved over to the radiator beam valve module side, right where he started his task to open the valves on that side as well.
Roger, the next is a GCA to published. Can you clear the front of your body and your boot plate? It'll be 65 centimeters, body in.
I will be in a second once I get the crew lock bag put back together.
Copy.
The valves that Chari is working to open will allow the capability for mission control here on the ground to run ammonia through these hoses that he just hooked up. No ammonia is going to flow through now, but they're going to test it out at the end of sometime after the EVA. When the ammonia flows to the radiator will be back online, able to provide cooling for the International Space Station and its onboard systems. Fortunately, the space station is functioning just fine with its other 5 radiators working at full capacity, and then the Chari is allowing us to have the ability just for some improved performance on the radiator. This also gives us some flexibility in case another radiator beam valve module goes down. Then we'll know that with some certainty that we'll be okay with some margin.
Right, back with you on time, and it's going to be body and GCA back to the work site.
Take arm, body in, 65 centimeters, back to the work site.
Copy. And I am, Matthias, anything you can talk about here in the next few minutes? There you go. I'm about to take the comm with the GCA, anything you can talk about? No, I don't do anything. I'm working clamp 3, clamp 4 is closed. All right, copy. And sun's coming our way shortly, and Tom, I'm ready to start GCA.
Copy, we're starting motion, body in.
Copy.
Roger, you're checking the body front and front boot plate clearance.
Excellent. Yeah, good clearance. I see motion. Or actually, that's a speed pitching.
Clearance.
You got good clearance, yeah.
Continue.
Plate's clear.
Copy.
Test is clear.
To go.
Copy. Still good clearance from the boot plates.
That is the published position. Anything else you need?
Stand by. Give me, just thinking about where I need to get on. Another 10 centimeters body in. I've got the clearance.
you got the clearance for the front of your body and the boot plate, 4 centimeters in. Pretty motion.
You're getting a live look at the Bartolomeo science platform on the European Columbus module, where Matthias Maurer is working on some bolts.
Looks clear.
That's your extra 10.
Okay. I think this is going to work just fine. Let's call GTA complete.
GTA complete. You go to work.
Copy. Right, and I believe we're starting with 141 on this line, Stephanie, which is the inboard one. That's true.
That's affirmed. We'd start on the 1 inch on the inboard side. I need to give Matthias a couple words. The TA clamp, Matthias, that's in your view, we would like you to close it.
We're switching back and forth on our views here of our two spacewalkers working at opposite ends of the truss. This is Matthias Maurer finishing his work on some clamps on the Bartolomeo science platform that will allow for the installation of future science experiments to be attached to the platform. Meanwhile, Chari is working on the robotic arm. He's working on his final steps to install the radiator beam valve module jumper. Right now he's working on the first hose to open up one of the valves on the radiator beam valve module side.
Lead and green hook. Pick both of them up. Translate to the Pappas ORU bag. Drop your green hook there. Stow the caps and the GoPro in the bag. And then head to the GEM MLI worksite.
And just for completeness, I clamp number 4 torqued out well with the green light. Clamp number 3 torqued also out with there's still a small visual gap remaining. So that's a clamp that didn't close as expected with the circling turns.
And we copy. Thanks for the report. We're happy.
Thank you. You're happy, I'm double happy.
Excellent. All right, Roger. Ready to work on the 1 inch QD on the inboard side to open the valve.
I'm ready.
Prior and during valve movement, assess and counteract side loads and rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Come on.
Depress detent button and move bail to the forward position. Check aft white band visible.
Okay, aft white band is visible.
Check detent button up.
Is up and it could be depressed and pops back up.
Copy that. You can retrieve the SPID from the crew lock bag and install it.
Chari on your screen now, working to open up the valves on the radiator beam valve module side. So he installed one side of the hoses, moved onto the other to install the other side of the hoses, and open up the valves while he was there. Now he's moved over to his original work site to work on opening the valves there. He's on the valve on the first hose that he installed, moving on to the second shortly. Meanwhile, Maurer is on his way. He's in motion to the Destiny module where he's kept one of his tool bags, and then he'll be heading over to fix some multi-layer insulation or a thermal blanket that's popped open, and he's going to secure it to a handrail.
The SPID is on. I can definitely see one of the locking tabs. I tested it, practiced it, engaged. I'm Working on trying to get a visual of the second one. I suspect it is based on its position, but I can't get eyes on it.
Copy.
And actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's on the interior side of the spin, there's a white line, and that white line is flush with the top of the spin. I think, is that another way to check that it's locked? I can't see the tags.
Checking.
While Maurer is headed to his work site, I wanted to remind everyone that we will be taking your Ask NASA questions. So if you have a question about our spacewalk today, head over to Twitter and submit yours using hashtag AskNASA. I've got one from @Vagabondo right now, who asks who's the Capcom for today's spacewalk. Well, our Capcom is Alex Konalakos, but he's actually not working this operation right now. The Capcom is communicating with the crew inside of the space station, while NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who you see on your screen now, is communicating to our spacewalkers. Instead of Capcom, we call her the ground IV.
On the interior of that, I can see the white line is flush with the top of the spin, which matches the right side. I just look like my hand in between the two TVs to actually get a mirror for sure on it. I'll keep working on it. But
Well, we copy and perform a pull test.
Okay, good pull test. Doesn't move.
If it passes the pull test, we're happy. Install the QD over, install the booty over the QD.
Okay. Work at taking the rat off and put it on the LI.
And with a successful valve opening, Chari just got the OK from the ground to install a covering over the quick disconnect connectors that he's been working with on our spacewalk today. As Maurer is on his way to the Japanese module to fix some thermal blanket, we hope to get our live views back as soon as he gets there. It should just be a short distance away from where he is on his tour of the space station today, and we expect to get our live views and communication with the ground back shortly.
MRI is installed on Fox 141.
Copy, Roger. Nice work. Next is the 3/4 QD F140 to M2.
Please.
You may have heard astronaut Chari call out the MLI, or multi-layer insulation, not to be confused with where Matthias Maurer is headed. He is not yet at the Japanese module where he'll be installing that insulation, and Chari is just talking about some at his own work site.
Copy.
Copy, Matthias. Thanks for the words. Roger, to open the valve, prior and during valve movement, assess and counteract side loads, and rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Unlocked.
Depress D10 button and move bail to the forward position.
It's forward, bail is forward, aft white band is visible.
Copy. Check detent button up.
Button's up. To be depressed and raises back up.
Excellent. Rotate the locking collar to the lock position.
It's in the lock position.
Copy that. You can remove any rets and install the booty over the key.
Copy. Analyze.
You just heard the call out, put the booty over the cutie. In spacewalking terms, this means Chari is going to be putting a protective cover over the quick disconnect that he's been working with throughout his task working on the radiator beam valve module. You're getting a split screen look now at our two spacewalking astronauts on opposite sides of the truss. After they complete their respective tasks that they're working on now, they're actually going to meet up for the first time from the beginning of the spacewalk to work on installing a camera together before Matthias Maurer goes off to work on other tasks.
And Stephanie's Modette, I will keep the GoPro with me for this translation.
And Matthias, we like your plan.
All right, MLIs installed, bail covers, the bails are covered. And with that, I believe we're ready for GCA to publish NGL panel.
Roger, we copy. We're going to take you body out 10 centimeters and then body down 25 centimeters and ready for motion on your GCA.
Hey, Matthias, you need anything? No, I'm good. I have it all. I'm on my way to Jen for your awareness. Copy. All right, let's start GCA.
Starting GCA, starting motion.
All right, so good motion away.
Good motion. Your body out, 25 centimeters now, body down.
Copy. I see good motion body down towards the FTGL panel.
Good motion.
Blade is clear, radiator's clear, all is clear.
Copy, good clearances. Motion is complete. Let us know if you need additional GCA.
I am going to be more body down, I think. I'm probably going to need body down 15 centimeters and body in 10 centimeters.
Copy. We'll start with body down 15 centimeters and starting motion.
We're nearly 3.5 hours into today's spacewalk, and astronaut Chari is working on the last task of his radiator beam valve module jumper installation. His last task here that he's moving on to on the robotic arm is to mate two electrical connectors that will provide heater power.
Body in 10 centimeters.
I've got clearance to my helmet.
Not only does it provide heater power, but it also gives mission control the ability to control the valves and the ammonia that flows through them.
Roger, there's 10 body in.
Okay. That should work. Let's call GCA complete.
GCA complete. Your go to work.
Copy, go to work, and working on caps to begin with. Awesome.
Correct, Roger. Attach the cap keeper to the jack caps on J782 and 783. As you're working to demate those caps, there's one warning. Demated NZGLs could be hot after 1 hour exposure to direct sunlight.
Okay, 73 is out.
Copy.
Our spacewalkers have completed a number of tasks so far. Matthias Maurer started out the day routing an Ethernet cable. That'll be used pretty soon when the spacewalkers move on to install a camera. Matthias Maurer also installed a jumper onto the Columbus module and released some cable clamps onto the Bartolomeo platform to allow for future payloads to be installed there.
782 cabins removed.
Copy 782.
And on 5177, 5176.
Copy.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Chari will complete his first task when he mates the heater cables, which he's about to do now. That will complete the installation of the RBVM jumper hoses.
Here's a Jim works with.
Copy, Matthias.
A 5177 caps is off.
Copy.
Fifty-one 76 782 off. They put the cap keeper back in the crew lock bag and then we'll work up mating.
Copy.
You can see on your screen the caps that Chari was just working to remove. Now that they're removed, he is free to install the heater cables.
How you doing? Good. On the gents, taking it slowly but steady. Trying now to throw my wire ties. It'll take a bit, so don't worry if I'm not talking a lot. Okay? Okay. Crew lock bag is set up and I'm ready to mate MVGLs. And I believe I'm going 782 to 782 and 783, 783.
That's affirmed, and we'll take inspections and an over-center report.
So 782, 782, good pins, no fog. Did you get my band? On side.
Our spacewalk began just about 3.5 hours ago, with Chari first out the gate of the Quest airlock, followed by his counterpart Matthias Maurer. They spent about an hour at the airlock working a problem with the camera and onboard light that was attached to Matthias Maurer's spacesuit. Had a little trouble staying on, but Chari was able to troubleshoot with the ground and get that secure. And then they were on their way for their other tasks. While Chari was setting up the robotic arm that he's on now and will be spending through the rest of the spacewalk, Matthias Maurer got started on other tasks. He routed an Ethernet cable and attached them to some handrails. This is going to be used later on a camera that they'll be working on in just a few minutes. He also installed a jumper onto the Columbus module and then moved over and released some clamps on the Bartolomeo science platform, allowing for the future installation by our robotic arm after the EVA. Right now, Chari is working on concluding his first task of the day and the priority for the spacewalk, the RBVM jumper installation. He got the hoses installed and the valves open, and now he's just working to install some heater power. Matthias Maurer is at the Japanese module installing some loose insulation, just using Velcro and a wire tie to secure it back into place to support the cables that were exposed. As soon as that's over, our spacewalkers today are going to join together for the first time since the beginning of their EVA to work on a camera replacement and installation. This is an HD camera that sits on the outside of the International Space Station. It has a wireless access point that they'll be working around and working to install. This is a series of cameras that is being installed, the last two being installed January of 2021 by spacewalkers Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover.
And Roger, for 782, does it appear that the cable is too tight? Would releasing it from the TA clamp give you some additional room to work?
I think so. It actually seems like, I'm sure it's something I'm doing wrong, but like the tolerance, so if I'm looking at the connector, the one on this side is touching, it's flush with the other side. This one won't get flush. Pretty sure I can see those locking tabs, the keying going in, and that's off a little bit, so it's just not lining on the, as I'm looking at this 3 o'clock side. Maybe I can try the TA clamp for a second, but I don't think that's what's causing, doesn't seem like it's loading on the alignment problem.
And we copy, we're discussing. Roger, can you verify that the lever is still fully aft?
Yep, it is fully aft.
Okay, copy, thank you.
Yeah, over center. Yeah, you can see, like, I don't know if you can see my camera view, but on this side, which is the aft side, so it's aligned on the forward side, touching. On the right side, it won't settle into the I don't see any galling or damage on the...
Roger, we do see it in your helmet camera. Unfortunately, 783 is, for us, a bit blocking the view of 782.
Right now, you're getting a live view of Matthias Maurer as he works to secure that insulation with wire ties. Basically, this is just a thermal blanket that works to protect the onboard electronics and wires that may be exposed to the vacuum of space, and doing so just puts it back into place. It had previously become undone.
Numbers full forward, over center.
Copy, full forward, over center. Cleverly done.
I had to guess, I'd say maybe there's like just a tiny bit of offset in the keying, and you just had to get kind of wedged in on this side first. Couldn't go for the other side first. Okay, working on hiding this under the MLI panel.
Copy.
I don't know if you can see in the diagram, so the 782 routing is fine. It goes under the corner of MLI, but the 783 routing, the only way to cover that with MLI would be to pick up that flap, which I think it said not to pick up in the briefing package. So I can leave it like that if you're happy with this, or I can pick that flap up and put it over the top of it.
Checking.
While Matthias Maurer is working with multi-layer insulation or a thermal blanket on the Japanese module, astronaut Chari is working with his own multi-layer insulation, covering up his work as he works to mate two electrical connectors that provide heater power, and he just wants to make sure that they are protected with a thermal blanket as well.
Okay. And that is a yay, I believe, or a go? Go. All right. So Tom and Caleb,
Yep.
When you're ready, you are go to take me to the MDGL back off position.
Copy, we're starting motion, body out, 75 centimeters, and a little bit of body up, and then we'll set up for the JOCAS. Starting motion.
With those two electrical connectors fully installed, it's nice work done by NASA astronaut Chari. He's in motion once again soon at the direction of astronauts Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron.
While I'm moving Stephanie, I believe I want to get the round scoop and camera cover out and rent my MWS, correct? Out of the bag, put up for later.
That's affirm.
How's the gem treating you? I'm done with the gem. I'm on my way back. I didn't want to step into your GCA. But first wire ties are deployed, no issues at all, and yeah, rolling back to the lab, tightening up the back and going into the airlock. Okay, just talk as needed. We're not doing GCA right now. We're just moving on, but okay. Good for you, okay.
Roger, we're about to start a 2.5-minute JOCAS. 7 meters port, you'll be turned head down and facing port. Starting motion.
Okay.
With Mars installation complete, he is moving back to the Destiny module where he had temporarily stowed some storage bags. He'll grab his stuff and then move back to the airlock where he'll swap out bags and then go to meet Chari at the work site for the camera installation.
Hold while the ground performs a heater checkout.
Copy. Copy off. Stop motion then.
We're pausing.
Meanwhile, Chari installed two electrical connectors, and the ground here is going to just verify that the connectors are working.
Wilco.
My bad. Sorry about that, Tom. I forgot they wanted to do that before I moved on.
No, that's on us, Griner.
I've got the open window cover on my MWS reps with the pin. That's stowed over there for now.
Copy, Roger.
Not bag out of the way for this.
Matthias, we see you en route, translating to your green hook. When convenient, I'll take a glove and half check from you.
Let me drop the local with one more. 2 feet, glove and a half check. The glove, it's good. I would say no changes to the initial state. My hat is dry.
Copy, good gloves, dry hat.
And Stephanie, I would be picking up the paddle bag, and you guys can think if you want to pause during the ingress in the airlock, because I still have the GoPro on my chest, and I could knock off this task if you guys are thinking of knocking it off.
And we copy. We'll discuss it, and that's a good plan. You'll pick up the Papos ORU bag and translate to the airlock.
And Tom and Kayla, future work, I'm just noticing that probably all that moving around by the QDs, I think the safety tether attached to the arm may have wrapped up underneath my swing arm. So at some point, if you have camera views of that, it'll be available. But when I get out of the arm, I'll probably need a little bit of help knowing which way to turn to get back out of it.
We copy. We'll let you know.
Roger, Kayla and Tom, good news. There's a good checkout of the heaters from the ground. So go to continue arm ops. And my fault also for not catching that. My apologies.
No problem. We'll all make mistakes about that plane today. Great news on the heater checkout. And ready to continue motion when you are, Tom.
Thanks for watching over us, Stephanie. We are starting motion again.
Roger. Chari previously completed his last task on the radiator beam valve module installation by mating 2 electrical connectors that will provide heater powder, and the ground just did a checkout of the heater and confirmed that it did work. Roger. Chari is now on the move to his next work site at the camera that he'll be working to install. You're looking at a live view of Matthias Maurer as he's on the Destiny module collecting his items that he brought out there with him. He's going to bring all of those items to the airlock and replace them for the camera bag. He'll be meeting up with Roger Chari after he's got his bag from the airlock, and the two will meet up for the first time since the beginning of the EVA.
And Stephanie, I can confirm that PTU lock lever that you want me to look for, it is oriented Vader Zenith, so it runs along the stanchion.
That's good news, and that's a good config.
Timing-wise, Stephanie, are we planning on flying through the bag swap, or is this setting up to go the bag swap next? Wait and see mode. I think we're pretty well synced, it seems like.
Checking.
Houston and Roger, we are standing by in for the back swap geocast. We can set that up now or stand by until Matthias is back with you.
I will be running late for that. I need to clear a surface net, my BRT.
Still discussing. Stand by.
No problem. Good time, Matthias. I've got other stuff. I got the scoop and stuff with me, so I can get things done. How do you? I cleared the snout. I lost some time. Yeah, no worries. Matthias walking back to the airlock.
Copy, Matthias. And Roger, Matthias, appreciate your patience. We're still discussing. Be back with you shortly.
My clean hook thing. I need to go back and pick up my green hook. Good. Copy, Roger. We're back to get the green hook. Yeah, it's only major.
Matthias, we see you at your green hook location. Please hold.
Yes.
We're now approaching almost at the 4-hour mark of our spacewalk today. Ground controllers here in Mission Control are looking at the time and what tasks we may be able to accomplish in the rest of the EVA time.
You may already. We believe your safety tether might be wrapped around one of your legs, your left leg.
Matthias Maurer is at the airlock now.
We think if you align your feet pointed towards the airlock, so actually turn back in the direction from whence you came, we think that will help.
Okay. It's getting a bit of a mess. Sounds like you have camera views of them, but if you can orient me in the arm and I can put eyes on them, I'm happy to help you now.
And Matthias, come back about 90 degrees with your legs in line with the module.
This way or the other way?
That way.
This way.
Nope, come back the other way. Turn towards your left side.
Okay.
And hold here.
Matthias Maurer now at the airlock working with the ground crew here in Mission Control Houston to get his tethers configured in a point that he won't be tangled and will be able to proceed with his tasks.
And Matthias, the safety tether is under your left leg. And then running over your left arm and your left shoulder.
Okay, so if I...
And Matthias, now it looks as though it's clear from your leg and it's only over your left shoulder.
As Maurer maneuvers his body to free himself of his tether, you periodically get some views of Earth poking through. The space station is currently flying over the western tip of Algeria.
And you can release the green hook.
Okay, so... D-lock.
Yes, now you see it. And it, although it's not around your leg, it is still around your back. So it's around your back and under the plis. And so we need you to rotate we think rotating the other way would help.
This way?
Rotate towards your left, clockwise. Continue in that direction. Good motion. Good motion, continue.
This way, about myself. Okay.
Good motion, continue.
Okay. Okay.
Good motion, continue. Pause here. Now the tether is on your right side, and you might be able to see it. Now it's clear from your shoulders and helmet. It might just be tucked along on your PGT.
Okay, so if I keep on turning this way, that should...
Stop motion. Now it's over your right arm. Now you've cleared it.
Good. Wow, thank you, Stephanie. That was a space dance.
Nice work.
You may have seen the tether floating between Matthias's legs and behind his right knee. That was the tether giving him some problems, but he just freed himself of his tether and now is free to go on to his next task.
Very good. I'll fix the green hook as soon as I get closer.
Copy.
Arriving at the sea parade.
Copy.
Spur.
And Roger, while we continue to discuss, I can take a glove and haptech from you.
And my hat is dry. I've got like maybe a smudge on the tip of my right ring finger and a new smudge on my left thumb, kind of a linear one.
Copy, dry hat and kind of a linear smudge on your right right index finger.
Left thumb and right ring finger of on that one. Okay.
Left thumb and right ring finger.
Okay, Matthias at the airlock. I see that my green reel didn't pull in all, so there's 1 meter slack. I believe that was probably due to the speed that I came back. It was probably the same issue that Roger had the other day. I hope it will clear during the way out.
When we copy, there's about 1 meter of slack on your green reel.
You're getting a live view now of Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Paul Kanya in the suit, pacing on your screen there. Behind him, EVA Officer Sandy Fletcher. They're discussing the spacewalk, seeing how much time they have left and what tasks they want to prioritize.
The thermal cover.
Matthias, we caught you in a handover. I believe you say you're opening the thermal cover?
Yes. Opening the center cover.
Copy.
Bringing my topless back inside.
And Roger, Matthias, we appreciate your patience. Just very vague words while we continue to sharpen our pencils. We're just looking at the time remaining and what tasks fit best in that time. We're not tracking any issues, but we're just getting the forward plan together for you.
Alright, so I'm in the airlock. I take off the GoPro, I switch it off, I put it back in the bag. Or do you want to have the inspection done? Which I think you don't want. The flight is waiting on me now.
You're now looking through the eyes of European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer in the Quest airlock, looking at his supplies and seeing what equipment that he can bring out with him as Chari is connected to the station's robotic arm.
Roger, Matthias, Kayla, and Tom, we have sharpened our pencils. It is currently 4 hours, 10 minutes PET. Living consumable is 6 hours, 44 minutes on EV2 MEDOX. With that information, we would like to continue the EVA with a CP8 focus. We would head both Raja and Matthias to the CP8 worksite. Matthias would hang there while Raja does some of the initial work. For Raja and for Matthias, only the CP8 activities would remain for the EVA, and then we would work to clean up and ingress.
Yeah, copy. Focus on data.
And robotics is ready to support continuing with the bag swap JOCAS on your go.
After a momentary pause so the ground crew can evaluate the remaining tasks of the day, they decided that the crew is going to continue on to the camera port 8 work site, you may hear referred to as CP8. They're going to perform a bag swap, so Matthias Maurer is in the airlock now to grab the bag and bring it to Chari. The bag contains the camera. A camera is already at the camera port 8 work site, and Chari will work to remove it and swap it with this new camera.
I'm ready. Ground is ready.
And Stephanie, if you agree, we'll start Raja in for the back swap position.
And Tom, Kayla, we do concur. I'm getting additional words. We would like you to proceed to the back swap position. You're going to end up flying those through that position to another position, and we'll have those words for you.
Okay, we copy that. We'll start moving towards the back swap position, understanding that we'll fly through that.
Good read back.
Roger, we're starting motion. Your head's going to be moving to the truss. It'll end up about a ½ meter from structure.
E2 is outside of the hatch. The camera bag is attached to the VIP. The border with the VIP red. And I'm proceeding with closing the thermal cabin.
Matthias Maurer has just ingressed from the Quest airlock for the second time today, first time beginning his spacewalk, the second time to stow a bag that he was using previously on the Columbus and Bartolomeo platform. Now retrieving a camera, an HD camera that he'll be bringing now to NASA astronaut Chari. He's working right now to close the hatch thermal cover.
Right side handle is down. Right side handle is down.
Copy, saber handles down.
Want to inventory the crew lock bag while what's happening?
Checking.
Chari's next tasks include disconnecting an old camera and temporarily stowing it away, and then he'll be replacing the old external high-definition camera with one with a wireless access port that can provide improved two-way high data rate communication between external payloads and our Earth.
Moving up to see just don't forget my single six that are still out there. It is, and I'm clear of it. But when we come back, it's definitely partially very close. So always be mindful when you come back. Okay?
The white bag that you see floating on the top of the screen next to our spacewalker is what is the bag that's containing the high-definition camera that Maurer is working to deliver.
We'd like your clearance to the CPA camera. Body in 1 meter.
I've got the clearance to the camera. Start GCA.
Copy. Starting motion.
Motion towards the camera.
Copy. Good motion. Half meter to go.
Copy. I won't get a whole half meter. My video workstation gets pretty close here. And you still got good clearance?
20 to go.
Copy. Not yet, so we get.
15 to go. To go.
Okay, looks good.
Wrapping out, motion stop where it published.
Okay. And just so I understand, what is there another position that would get me to the NVGLs? Or is that it? I wouldn't be able to reach them from here. I can get the scoop on from here, and I can get the locking clamp, but I still think I can get the NVGLs from this position. I'd have to go body down.
And Roger, that's later in our procedure. Is standing by if Houston has any words.
And Tom, those are good words. We confer that there is a later position for the NZGL access. So big picture.
Roger, let me see if you need any more GCA.
Yeah,
and other.
If you understand the plan a bit here, I guess what am I trying to do at this position?
Copy. We're about a minute to handover. Big picture.
I don't want to call.
For this position, this is where you install the window cover and the but I'll have some words for you prior to that. The big picture, you guys will keep your respective bags, so we bypass the bag swap R&R. We'll work on the camera R&R. We would like, once Matthias gets into position to CP8, we'd like him to hold and rest a bit for MEDOX.
You want me to hold immediately? You said once you get into position. Okay,
good work.
If I'm just doing the scoop and window cover from here, I can do that from this position, so we can call DCA complete for that task.
Okay, we copy. We think you're saying NGCA.
Yeah, NGCA.
Copy. Brakes are coming on. Brakes are on. You're go for work.
Copy.
Roger. One warning.
Keeping the window cover installed.
After one warning, on the HD camera, do not touch the vent ports that are near J2, and that's affirmed. Window cover and scoop install.
In anticipation of this planned handover, our ground IV Stephanie Wilson just gave the next steps to our astronauts, Chari and Matthias Maurer. Chari just arrived at the work site, and his next tasks are to install a window cover on the HD camera, and then he'll go on to release some cables, again demating the old camera so that there's room on the stanchion for the new cameras. Matthias Maurer will swap bags with him, giving Chari the new camera, while Chari hands Maurer a bag that contained tools for the radiator beam valve module, which is a task that he just completed earlier in the spacewalk. Originally, Matthias Maurer was planned to take Chari's bag back to the airlock and just to deliver the tools that he doesn't need anymore. However, the revised plan is for Maurer to stay put where he is and assist Chari with the camera installation.
Matthias struck green hook at 3651. Copy? The window cover and scoop are attached on the current camera.
Copy. Open the HD camera TA clamp and release the cables on the outside.
The TA clamp's open and the cables are released.
You just heard our ground IV Stephanie Wilson give the go for Radiator to release some of the cables of the HD camera. That will not mean that the current camera is free flying. He still needs to work to demate a jumper cable from the old HD camera before he can temporarily stow it out of the way to make room for the new camera.
Right, I see you. Don't see you. No, you cannot see me. Behind you.
You see Matthias Maurer on screen now, inching his way using the space station's exterior handrails. He's almost meeting up with astronaut Chari with the new camera for a bag swap.
I got everybody down.
Copy. Discussing.
Right there. Oh, I see you. How's it going? Good. Yeah, upside down.
Roger. Matthias, from this position, are you able to do the bag swap?
I would say so. We should be able to, yeah.
Then we'd like you to execute the bag swap at this position.
I want to get some reps set up to do this. I'll have in your bag. Yeah, T sets on the other side. Yeah, for now I'm just going to get a rep, see what in the middle. Okay, and if you, where's you said your BRT reps? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put so I've got a reps on my mini workstation with a medium camera bag. Putting your BRT reps onto our BBM bag. My BRT reps off it. And jaws are open. That's coming back to you. I have it. I'm going to transfer this to my BRT now.
Matthias Maurer successfully made his way to the camera port 8 work site where Chari is connected to the robotic arm. Matthias Maurer handed him the bag containing the new HD camera while Chari got rid of his RBVM bag that he gave to Matthias Maurer. So now that they've successfully completed the bag swap, Chari is working to attach his body restraint tether to the new camera, so he's got it handy with him.
I've got the medium RU bag with the new camera in it on my BRT, Stephanie.
Copy. Camera bags on EB1's BRT.
Yes, the other one is on me. The BBM bag is on EB2 here. The VIP.
Copy, EV2.
I think the next thing is I'm going to have to contact GCA to get to the NVGLs.
I think that as well, but I'm checking. Kayla, Raja, and Tom, we are ready for the maneuver to the NZGL position.
Copy. Your ground is good with the maneuver to the NZGL position. Roger, we are ready for your GCA. We understand body down. We ask for either protective clearance for your body and the camera, and we just need a distance.
Okay, copy. I've got the clearance to the camera. I can't see below my blue plate, but I think that's out in open space anyways. And try 30 centimeters body down.
30 centimeters body down. Starting motion.
Okay, start GCA, starting motion. I see good motion, body down.
Good motion. 15 to go.
Copy. Continue.
You go. Ramping out motion.
Let's go another 10 centimeters.
Another 10 centimeters. Body down.
Take on.
Starting motion.
You start ramping out.
Ramping out.
Bring my hands on them. Okay, let's call GCA complete.
Be complete. Back to brakes. Brakes are on. You go to work.
Copy.
Roger, demate the light jumper cable from the HD camera. That's the taller connector. Demate Papa 2 from J2.
Okay. Working on the light jumper. The light jumper is mated.
Copy. We'll take inspections.
Okay, and the other one's the Papa 2, I think is the name of that one, is debated. The light jumper is good pins, no fog, good EMI band. The other one, the sockets, no fog, good EMI band.
Copy. And did I hear the PTU cable is also demated? Okay, and the checks for that are also good?
That was that second one I gave you, yep, the good sockets.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Copy. Now you can lift the cam lever 90 degrees and remove the HD camera by sliding towards the connectors.
The old camera is now completely disconnected from the space station, and now Raja Chari is working to remove it.
Cam levers unlocked. Good, nice job. Old camera's off.
Copy. You can temp stow that on the outside of the ORU bag and retrieve the WAP HD camera from the bag to install onto the SD camera.
And there it is, the old camera facing the Earth from the International Space Station, now disconnected and in the arms of astronaut Raja Chari as he places it back into a bag to temporarily stow it out of the way so that he can focus on installing the new camera.
AT on the external bags going to the counterpoint of the camera, so I'm taking my ret off of it. And bag.
You see the brown window cover coming into view on the camera. Chari just installed that prior to unhooking all of the cables that connected the camera to the space station, and he's now working to put it safely away in a bag. He'll be working in reverse when installing the new camera, first removing the window cover and then mating the wireless access port and a light jumper cable.
You're trying to find your line that marks the cam lever is in the lock position, but it kind of bounces around in 0G. But I don't think it's actually all the way on.
Copy, the cam lever is locked, and did you happen to see it pop out and then pop back in as you were sliding it on?
Yeah, it's not on all the way. I can see the alignment mark now.
Copy.
Well, it's still got a ways to go. It's kind of stuck. Flush on the top. Again, it is not flush on the top, so I could see it's not fully in. Working on trying to. Does it seem like it's aligned, like it's up down? It's kind of stuck where it's at. I don't want to move up anymore. It's just tiny little carpet, just wiggle it and then push from the top. I'm going to back it down a little bit, see if I can. I think on my side there is on the MLI, on the box that you slide it over, there's a small forward that keeps it from sliding further in.
This camera installation is the second major task of the spacewalk today for NASA astronaut Chari and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer. The first major task of the day and the priority of today's EVA was to install hoses to the radiator beam valve module to one of the radiators on the space station. Chari, aboard the robotic arm, was able to mate both sides of the hoses between the radiator beam valve module and the radiator itself, open some valves so that ammonia can flow through at the command of the mission control here in the ground at a later date, and he also installed heater cables that the ground verified were installed correctly and were working properly. Now they're moving on to the camera installation. The old camera worked fine, but this new one provides improved two-way high data rate communication between external payloads and our Earth.
MLI, or to me it just feels like it's not wanting to move. No, I don't think it's on my side that actually, like, now that you wiggle it, it should be clear of that area. You pull it out completely again, and then... I thought I made some progress there, I can't tell. Yeah. I think it's close, actually, now. It did go up a little bit. Good. Felt like it moved. Like, there's so much fiction stuff that I can't tell if that cam block is moving or not. It's
And Roger, we copy. We're looking at the crib sheet. Understand you, the alignment mark is hard to gauge and difficult to align. Are you able to push the cam lever to verify it's locked?
It is in a locked position, but it's been in a locked position the whole time. And Stephanie, from my position, I can see that most outermost kind of width, the cooling side, that is kind of still like proceeding on top of the other box. So I would say like kind of 3-4 centimeters. That's the expected. I'm trying to convince myself there's an alignment mark is flush on the right. Looks like it is in my mirror. So it definitely moved from where it was at before, but based on how much force I was having to exert, I definitely couldn't observe the cam buckle pop up and down.
Copy. And Matthias, are you saying that the camera is not parallel from your vantage point?
From my view, the camera is now installed. The end of it, so the most visible spot, is not flush with the box that it is installed to. There's still 3 centimeters of height difference. Right, so yeah, they shouldn't be totally aligned. There's a black alignment mark on my side.
Copy.
So one idea, as I could GCA the other side, to the TA clamp side, then I'd be able to definitely see those alignment marks straight on. Pull back here too. I mean, it's not moving either direction. Just trying to pull down on it.
And we understand. Roger, move the cam lever to the unlock position and try to partially remove the camera approximately 1/4 inch. Push the cam lever into the lock position and then attempt to move it towards install.
So unlock, move it 1/4 inch and then back down, right?
Correct.
There's 1/4 inch. Okay, I think it just popped. That should be installed, let's check. Okay, you have the black. So I'm looking through a mirror. You obviously can't see this. There's a set of screws around the A clamp side of the new camera, and so the black alignment mark lines up with that's the second screw on the bottom, and that second screw is aligned with the SD camera. So I'm pretty confident that those are aligned, but if on the ground, if that black line, the alignment mark on the HD camera and that second screw aren't actually parallel to each other, they look in the mirror, then maybe if not, but best I can tell in the mirror, they are aligned. And I did see the camera lever pop that time. Pull was
Copy.
down on it, not moving.
We're discussing.
Typically, when I had the cam lever unlocked, open, I was able to slide it down, and now I can't slide it down. So it seems two confirming things that it is in.
Roger, thanks for the words and the description. Can you confirm that that cam lever receded back to the lock position?
It did.
Okay, thanks for the troubleshooting. We're calling this a good install. Nicely done.
And I think we're taking,
next,
at this point, the scoop off, and the window cover off?
Yes, next is to remove the scoop and the window cover, stow it in the ORU bag, can also stow the old camera in the ORU bag and close up the bag.
Okay.
And our ground team here just confirmed with NASA astronaut Chari that he had a good installation of the camera.
Scoop the window cover off, going back in the bag.
Copy.
Turn on the old camera.
You're getting a view now of both cameras, both old and new.
The bag, and since we've been in darkness for a bit, can you let us know how your hands are feeling?
My hands are feeling good. It's hard to know if that was the question.
Yes, that was the question. Thank you. That's nice to hear, and we're about 3 minutes to a day pass.
Yours?
Chari is now putting the old disconnected camera back into the bag. This is going to go back into the airlock with them at the end of the EVA.
The reps are readjusted. Scoop with the old window cover, or the new window cover in the bag, and the old one's going into the bag now.
Copy.
Okay. One one's in the bag. It's zipped up. And I think we're ready to do engine gels on the new one. Correct?
That's affirmed. Mate PTU cable to the WAP HD camera.
PTU first, which is the shorter one.
We'll take good inspections, and you can mate P4 to J1.
The PTU cable is mated to J1, then the light jumper, the taller, going to J2. Still good pins, no fog, good EMI.
Copy.
So after Chari successfully clicked the new camera into place, now he's going to be working on bringing it online. His tasks for right now are routing the wireless access port cable, and then once all of the cables are attached, he's going to be working to make sure that those cables are nice and tucked out of the way so that the camera has room to pitch and yaw and look at whatever we're asking it to without being caught up by some wires.
Wire tie and the WAP cable to the PTU cable and light jumper.
Putting those to the TA clamp first, and then the wire tie?
Here it has the wire tie and then the routing to the TA clamp, but whatever works, whatever you think will work best.
I think we're trying to get the TA clamp so it's less stuff floating around here.
Copy.
For some background on what you're seeing here, spacewalkers have installed multiple wireless access port capable HD cameras in various locations around the outside of the International Space Station, the last two being installed in early 2001. But this is going to be the first time that a camera has been completely taken off and replaced with a new unit rather than just installing the new unit at an area where they're able to connect it.
That's wired to the PTU and light jumper cable. The PTU and light jumper cable are through the TA clamp.
Copy.
We're ready to go to the PTU cable restraint back off position.
That's correct. You can work with Kayla and Tom.
Okay, and that is a go, I think. Is that a correct amount of GCA? Or do you need to back me out of where I'm at?
We copy. Roger. Our brakes are coming off. We're going to start motion, body out 1 meter, and we'll incorporate body up 45.
Copy.
Starting motion, body out.
Camera installation can be a tricky job for the spacewalkers due to just the nature of the stanchions that they're mounted to. With the addition of the wireless access port capability, the crew also has to keep in mind the intricate installation of clamps and straps to make sure that the hardline Ethernet connection to the back of the camera doesn't get tangled when the camera pans or tilts for whatever operation it may be supporting at the time.
the body up motion.
Body up. Wrapping out motion, setting up for the geocast.
Okay.
I'm turning over to Twitter now to take one of the Ask NASA questions that we received from Elaine, who's asking when the new camera will be operational. To answer her question, the new camera will be operational as soon as we route the Ethernet cable on the back end of the HD camera and made it to the Ethernet cable that Matthias Maurer had routed as his first task of the spacewalk.
Roger, we're starting a 1-minute geocast. Will be to your right, 1.3 meters. Starting motion. Pretty good motion. Roger, the second of the two geocasts will be 2 minutes. Again to your right, and you'll be facing the camera.
Good. Works right.
Starting motion.
Motion to right.
Copy, good motion. So we're setting up for the next manual maneuver.
Copy. And then, Matthias, anything you need to talk with or Stephanie, anything before we set up the GCA? No. Just saying vital words when you need to. Copy. All right. Pressure decay, but when you're ready, Tom, I'm ready for the GCA to the published PC cable or string access position.
Houston concurs.
And Roger, we copy, stand by.
That works. As soon as the sun's out of my eyes here, Houston, I'll be able to tell you definitively about that alignment mark, because I'm looking right at it now. But
Copy.
you can probably see it actually in the camera view. But the top of the black line is most definitely flush with the bottom of the SD camera.
Roger, we're ready for your GCA to publish. Half a meter, body in.
Okay. And clear. All right, let's start GCA.
Body GCA, starting motion.
I've got the clearance between my helmet and WS.
Roger, Chari now doing a quick evaluation of the cables that he's been plugging in to get this camera online, confirming with the ground that he installed it properly, and they confirmed that all looks good.
40 centimeters to go.
Okay.
$20 to go. 5 to go, slowing down.
Copy. Looks good.
To stop, let us know if you need additional GCA.
I think this is going to work just fine. Let's call GCA complete.
Okay, GCA complete or go to work.
Copy.
Roger, route the WAP cable through the PTU cable restraint.
Copy.
Roger, Chari now working to route the wireless access port cable, basically doing some cable management here so that the wires are nice and tucked out of the way.
Route through the PTU cable restraint.
We've now reached the 5-hour mark of our spacewalk with astronaut Roger Chari. On screen now, you're looking from his point of view as he works to install a new high-definition camera to the outside of the International Space Station.
Between the units, copy, or have Matthias tend the cable for you.
We'll just have him tend it since he's there.
You were just looking at the camera from his point of view. Now we're getting a wider view of Roger Chari with the red stripes on his spacesuit at the end of the robotic arm doing some work. Matthias Maurer is in the spacesuit without any marks on it at the top of your screen.
Does it matter? I don't know if can you see my HECA view? Does the WAP cable, does it matter if it goes above or below the light jumper cable?
Checking.
I don't think it would make a difference. It's only like 1/4 inch difference in routing. In the meantime, I'll have you grab onto this end if you can get it. Right, I first start over, and then I'm going to grab it. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, see, you tell me when you got it. Almost have it. Okay. Pretty sure it's fine the way it is, especially because it's the fact that it's wire tied to the outside of that CA clamp routing. I think it's got to be like that, but or it doesn't matter.
And Roger, we copy. We were looking at the imagery and the loop. It should be more aligned with the light cable, and so you can open the lock lever on the restraint, and in a sense flip the cable over so that the marshmallows reverse, and then reinstall it into the clamp, and then the loop will be in your view at the bottom.
Oh, I see. Got you. Okay, yep, that's my bad.
Chari working at the ground now with the exact route that he should be taking the wireless access port cable. There's very specific instructions from the ground on exactly how they want this wire to be placed, to be out of the way, so that the camera has the ability to move all around.
Yeah, don't take it yet, though. Okay. Just out of the way. I see in the WVS, with both cables in there, it's hard to get that clamp depressed enough to pull the lock lever out. So try to find a position where I can do that.
And we copy. We see that as well, right? The cables are filling up putting some back pressure on that lever. Our only words are to continue doing what you're doing, which is push in and rotate the lock lever towards the light.
There we go.
You're getting a live look at Mission Control in Houston now, the International Space Station's flight control room, during a brief handover period. To recap what Chari has done on the second task that he's working on, he's replacing an HD camera on the outside of the International Space Station. He was able to unhook the old camera and remove it from its stanchion without any problems. The old camera is now stowed on his person. He has successfully put the new camera on to the stanchion and is working to get it routed properly with the right cables and in the right positions.
Handover. We like the plan.
Copy, Roger. We're going to be moving you body out 55 centimeters. stand by for motion. Starting motion now, body out.
Yeah, while I'm doing this, I just want to get your confirmation that this looks like a good install for this camera since I'm not going to see its liner marks. Houston.
Once we come back, the ground crew is going to take a look at Chari's work, make sure that all the cables are exactly where they would like it to be.
A good install.
And we've confirmed good installation. His next task is going to be looking for the Ethernet cable that Matthias Maurer had routed as one of his first tasks of the spacewalk.
Besides the liner marks, like I said, it's the very top part of the black line is touching the back SD camera line. It's not. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's touching center on the black, but it's touching black, but not completely to the bottom of the black, if that makes sense.
And we understand with all the checks you performed, we're happy.
Sounds good.
Roger, we're setting up for one of 3 geocaches.
All right, sounds good. Ready. Thanks, Grant, for catching me putting that cable running the opposite direction.
Yep, your intuition was correct. It didn't quite match what we had seen before. So good talking about it also.
And Stephanie, is there anything that I could do on my end here with the cable cap, and making the cables already? Or do you want me to stand by until we're fully done with measure steps?
Checking, Matthias.
Roger, we're about to start motion, body left, and you'll be turning to spaceport.
Good.
2-minute geocache, starting motion.
And Chari is about to be in motion on the robotic arm, slightly moving to a different position so that he can work at the back of the camera. Roger, Chari, now approaching the back of the camera on the end of the robotic arm. This task will bring the camera online. The new camera is operational as soon as the Ethernet cable on the back is mated with that of the Ethernet cable that Matthias Maurer had routed earlier.
We're starting motion for the second of 3 geocaches, 1.5 minutes. Station forward, and you'll be facing the camera.
Sounds good.
Chari's been largely responsible for the installation of this camera, Matthias Maurer having gone into the airlock to get the new camera for Chari. At this step, we should expect to see Matthias Maurer help out once again connecting the Ethernet cable that he had routed. And right on cue, you see Matthias Maurer at the top of your screen, ready in position to assist Roger Chari.
Matthias, thanks for offering up to work with the Ethernet cable. If you feel you can do that and keep it smooth and not twisted, we're ready for you to mate the WAP cable J1 to the Ethernet cable Papa 1.
Okay, and I will work on this one. First retrieve the cap.
Roger, we're about to start the 2.5 minute geocache. Body into the camera. You'll be about 75 centimeters away from the camera at the end.
Copy. I see good pins. No fuss. Good EMI band.
Copy. You can mate J1 to Papa 1.
Okay. Leave over center.
Copy over center. Thank you.
And behind you, Matthias. Okay.
You're getting a view now as our spacewalking astronauts install the wireless access port cable hardware to the Ethernet cable that Matthias Maurer had routed previously.
That is from my hand off to you. If you can stay there for now so you can hand me the cable once I get there. Okay. And my safety tether is right 1.5 meters above your head. Above my head? Oh, I see. It's below your head, but it's going up to my left.
Through the helmet camera, we're able to get brief glimpses of our Earth as the space station crosses over the country of Bolivia.
Remind me, will I be in the forward position or in the aft position? You will be opposite me. If you can, you'll have time because I've got to put the clamp in and then wrap the black straps to you. So it's more important that I can get the handoff on you to this place.
Matthias, when convenient, we'd like a glove and hap check.
I have is dry. The gloves look in a very good shape. I have occasional small smudges, but it looks like almost like pristine.
Copy all for hap and gloves for EV2.
Roger, we're ready for your GCA to publish. You'll be body in 75 centimeters. We'll be looking for your body clearance to the camera.
And is there anything you talk about, or are you ready for me to take the call? I'm done. You can have the call. Okay. All right. I've got body clearance to the camera. Let's start GCA.
Copy, starting GCA. Body in.
Raja Chari on the move once again aboard the station's robotic arm, this time getting in position to install a cable clamp.
Half meter to go.
Ready? Continue.
Continuing.
Clear.
30 centimeters to go. Copy, looking clear. There you go. Five to go.
That looks good. I may have to go body down.
Motion stop and copy. You want body down at this time.
I'm just evaluating here. And
Okay.
Stephanie, remind me of the cable clamp. I know the dog leg is going towards Matthias, which it is. I don't see, obviously, maybe I'm not in the best position, that flat part. I'm seeing in the video. Is it this goes on the side closest to Matthias, in terms of up, down, or is the side closest to my feet? In terms of whether I have to GCA or not.
Checking.
Motion is now complete of the robotic arm as Raja Chari is in place for cable clamp installation. Just a minute ago, he gave a visual look around of the camera to give the crew on the ground a good visual of what he's working with.
And at the interface of the two cylinders.
Okay, baby. I'm just being in the wrong spot. The notch.
You're now watching NASA astronaut Raja Chari there in the spacesuit with the red stripe on it, upside down in our view. We're looking from the point of view of Matthias Maurer. Maurer's coming in with the assist and is ready to help out Raja Chari anytime he needs it.
Dark-colored cylinder.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I found it. The sun was shading it. It looked flush, but it's actually, that's the notch. I just found it. I'm pretty sure I found it at least. Okay. Okay, the locking tab is in. Let me give you a quick solid view of it. Make sure you agree that's the right spot, but that's the notch I was expecting to see.
Okay, we concur that's the right spot. I believe you said the locking tab is in, and can you verify the alignment guide is flush with the PTU and give it a pull test?
Happy? Flush? And good pull test.
Copy. You can retrieve the adjustable from the clamp and stow that on the bag exterior.
The adjustables off the clamp.
Verify no twists or loops in the WAP cable, and then you'll work with Kayla and Tom for the GCA to the strap install.
It looks like a straight running along the dog leg, and then I see it running off onto the Matthias side. And see if anything you need info on before I take the comm again? No, I'm good. Okay? Get your head here. Nothing else. All right, Tom, I'm ready to get GCA to publish strap install position.
Okay, copy that. We'll be asking you to especially look at your body, and your head will be end up half a meter from the truss.
Okay.
Going to body up 40 centimeters. Starting GCA on your call.
Copy. Start GCA.
Starting motion.
SC motion body up.
Ready to go.
Okay, let's ramp it out here.
Ramping out.
And I'm just evaluating here. Let's see the butt. Yeah, I think this is going to work actually where we're at without getting the rest of it. Let's check Stephanie, or am I way off? Sorry, that's it. What was left? Just more body up, or was there any other Russians left?
10 meters body up, still left.
Okay, let's just end GCA here.
Copy, NGCA.
All right, want to hand me?
Roger, you'll go to work.
Copy.
And Roger, if you feel you can access the tether point on the front to install the front part of the WAP strap with the quarter turn fastener, then that's a good position.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I think if I kept going, I would have gone too high to reach it.
So place the quarter turn fastener side on the electronics box tether point with the Velcro towards the stanchion base. Mating Velcro should be facing outward.
And the quarter turn fastener should be facing me, or closer to me, or away from me?
Away from you.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you'll place your good call.
Make sure there's no twist in this first. I go over with you for a second. I'll twist it over here.
And Roger, one change before you continue. The Velcro should be on the nadir side.
Chari now working with the ground on how to manage the cables between the camera, the stanchion, and a strap that he's installing with wire ties and Velcro, basically keeping the cables out of the way so that the camera has free range of motion.
Where's our cable twisted? Goes on the main side, and the short-term fastener is towards me.
So Roger, the cable needs to route around the other side of the camera, if that makes sense. So it should come from towards your left hand and then feed around. So that's the confusion.
Okay.
Matthias Maurer now assisting Chari as he brings the wire around to the other side of the camera and handing it back to Chari. Maurer is assisting in this operation as Chari gets his wires configured exactly where they need to go. There's a very specific path that these wires need to take to stay out of the way.
The cable makes a bend back towards it.
And that's affirmed.
Okay, I just wasn't expecting it. Sorry about that. I wasn't expecting it to be that bend.
I know there's no upside down in space, but it's kind of upside down.
Okay, quarter chest towards me now makes a lot more sense. Velcro is out and nadir, and then this end is going around just the long wire tie of Matthias. And let me untwist it here first, Matthias, before I hand it off to you. You see if there's twists in it on your side at all? Give it some stuff. Okay, now you can push.
That thin rust color thing you see flying into view is a wire tie. Wire ties are one of the many tools in a spacewalker's arsenal, and they're used to keep cables tidy and out of the way.
Should be clear. That? It looks like it. Okay, there's no. All right, there's no twist on my side. I see the alligator hook is on the outside of the strap. The black cable is outside the strap, so that looks good. Can hold it for today. Got it for a second? Yeah. All right.
Chari is working with a checklist now, a couple of ways to verify that what he's doing is correct. He'll be placing a fastener and making sure that the Velcro is facing the stanchion. He'll be using his wire ties to route the strap around the section that he's working on and to pull it tight. He'll verify that the strap is flat and verify that there's no slack on the strap that he's installing now. We're now 5 hours and 30 minutes of spacewalking time.
You want to tighten your side. It should go around the circle part of the bottom and then the square on the top, which looks like it is. Right.
Good words.
I'm going to put the wire tie through it.
It sounds like you checked that the strap is flat, and I heard a call about the French hook on the exterior.
French hook is on the exterior, and the black cable is outside the black strap. Run the wire tie through it now. The wire ties to the tether point and then just pushed up the profile against the Velcro. Is there a better place to get that excess wire, Stephanie, or are you guys happy with that? Or I can widen around something else if you want?
And Roger, that's good. We like the config of the strap and the wire tie.
Happy? All right, so then for the rest of this cable, you need to put those through the A clamps or just run down. Take the slack out that you want now, Matthias. Yeah, we'll do it.
And the slack that's in the cable is good because we need that for the pan and tilt ability.
Okay. So we don't want around this CA concept. Okay.
And the ground just confirmed with our spacewalkers that that's a good installation of the wireless access port capable HD camera on the outside of the International Space Station.
And Roger, we need you to verify the SD camera lens hood is square to the camera.
I said I get the SD what camera?
The camera lens hood is square to the camera, so that's all in line and flush. And we can see this in the video, and we show it in a good config.
Okay.
Right, there's one warning, and then I'll give some words to Matthias, and then you can work with Kayla and Tom for the next position. When powered, maintain 4 inches to keep out zone from the HD camera quartz apertures, and that will apply for your maneuver that you'll work with them for the strap back off position. For Matthias, with the work at the camera complete, we'd like you to proceed via the nadir route to panel A316.
Okay, so it's a media route. Okay. I need to wait a little bit till Roger moves out, so I can actually pass it off back to him. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Matthias, I didn't quite...
Roger, if you're ready, we'll give you your... Roger, if you're ready, we'll start your manual maneuver. 80 centimeters, body out.
Yep, let's go ahead and do the body out. But if you want to hold it for a second as you're bumping it.
Direction 1.5 meters, body out.
Okay. Ready?
Matthias, I did not copy your last.
I said, like, I will wait before I move out so Roger's out of the way, until Roger's out of the way, otherwise we have a small conflict in my translation part.
And Chari is in motion on the robotic arm, once again having completed the installation of the camera. However, he's not quite done at that work site. What's left is to conduct a ping test on the camera, just making sure that we're able to communicate with it and that the installation was good. Meanwhile, with Chari on the move, Matthias Maurer will make his way to his next work site as well.
Matthias, as you're translating via the nadir route en route to a panel Alpha 316, there's one caution: avoid inadvertent contact with grapple fixture shafts to prevent bending target and liberating dry lube.
I copy this. And I understand I go media because the transfer is powered. Right?
And for Matthias, friendly reminder, slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah.
Houston, we're standing by for the CP8 ping test.
And we copy. Stand by, that's in work.
The ping test is now underway. You're getting a view now of Matthias Maurer moving on to his next work site. Once Maurer reaches his destination, he'll be working to reconfigure some panels. What this does is set us up to replace a mini pump module next to the existing pump module in the unlikely event of failure of our existing pump module.
For Matthias and Raja, we're about 8 minutes to a night pass. And also, Matthias, we're a couple minutes from overflying your hometown in Germany.
Copy yours. We'll see you during the night then.
It should still be day.
Okay.
And we just got confirmation that the ping test is good. That was a successful installation of the new camera and replacement of the old one. This ping test verifies that mission control here on the ground can communicate with the camera, and it has the ability to send it commands to move the camera about for different views.
So, Stephanie, do you have the Android for me? And now it's check again.
Close to the...
Android 3612. Close to the ATA. But totally to the other side of the ATA. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see where I am.
You see, yes, then you've gone nadir using an outboard ATA handrails, and then when you see a starboard tool stanchion, you'll go zenith the handrail 3549.
And now that we've verified good communications with the new camera installed, thanks to the teamwork of Chari and Matthias Maurer, our EV1 Chari is good to egress the SSRMS, our robotic arm, and start cleaning up. This involves taking off the portable foot restraint and putting it back on the seated cart and doing some cleanup tasks while Matthias Maurer reconfigures those panels.
To have you move towards SSRMS cleanup, but there'll be several arm motions to get you to the APFR egress position.
So you want me to go ahead and move to the port key handle back off those, and then just from there?
And Roger, we're going to back you off and then do 2 JOCASs.
And that's affirmed. Houston concurs.
Copy. Okay. So you are go to the port key handles back off position and copy successful ping test. Kayla specifically requested 1 ping only, so glad it worked out.
We copy, stand by, for motion.
And Stephanie, I'm looking at J919 that I will connect. That's currently attached to a bed space, and I will just relocate it to the location next to it. That's correct?
On the starting motion, it'll be a 1.5 minute JOCAS, 2 meters forward and starboard.
Copy.
That's affirmed, and 20 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Thank you.
And with a momentary loss of signal to the crew, we'll use this opportunity approaching the 5-hour and nearly 45-minute mark of the spacewalk as our spacewalkers are wrapping up their final tasks and heading for a cleanup. The primary task for this spacewalk was to replace 2 hoses on one of the space station's radiator beam valve modules, or RVBMs. An RVBM has 2 hoses, or fluid jumpers, that run out to one of the station's 6 radiators, which is part of the cooling system of the space station. More specifically and more technically, this component controls ammonia flow to the station's external thermal control system to the radiator beams to get rid of heat that is collected from the station's onboard equipment. Each RBVM contains sensors that monitor pressure, temperature, and the position of the valve. In other words, there's a box on the space station that can be controlled by flight controllers in mission control, and they're able to control the ammonia flowing through the radiators to cool down the orbiting lab. These hoses were found to have been leaking several years ago, removed during a previous spacewalk in 2018, fixed back on Earth, and flown to the space station once again. When the hoses were removed, that particular radiator beam valve module had to be shut down. Fortunately, the station has 6 radiators with 12 total RVBMs, so losing functionality on one did not significantly impact the station's ability to get rid of excess heat.
You need a bag inventory while we're doing this, Joe Cat? Stephanie?
Yes, we'll take that, and also a glove and hap check.
We're back now with a live view from ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer as he's working to demate some cables.
6 meters later, and you're going to end up facing zenith, starting mission.
Okay, copy. All right, I have a dry hap. No change on the right glove. The left glove, I got a smudge on my left palm near the thumb, but otherwise, the crew lock bag. On the external of the bag, I have 2 AET, and I have the TBA bag via an AET. I won't inventory the inside of that since we haven't opened it. And then I also have a large, small AET external on the bag.
Copy checking.
And Stephanie, Stephanie, connector J918 is connected, and the cap is back on J919 on the web face. The pins were good, no fault, could be an I-band, and I made it over center.
Copy all on the report, and nice work on A316.
Ready for the inside of the bag, Stephanie?
Stand by, Roger. Matthias, at this point, with your work on panel A316 complete, I'd like you to translate back to your green hook, pick that up, head to the port CETA cart, Pick up the P4 crew lock bag that's on the SETA cart, bundle that with the RBVM crew lock bag, and head to the airlock to stow the bags.
Copy on. Thank you.
You're welcome. And for Roger, we are ready for the inventory on the inside of the bag.
Inside the bag, I've got the vestibule attached to a scoop and a window cover attached to the HD camera. And the HD camera is attached via one of the internal AET in the bag. That's how they point on it. Also inside, I see another adjustable that's attached to a small ret. And on one end of the adjustable is a scoop, brown scoop, on the other end, another HD camera cover. I think that is it.
Copy. Checking. And that is a good inventory on the inside of the bag.
For the test for completeness, I gave the pedal 2 clicks on the SETA card. Make sure that the brakes are open.
Copy. Thank you.
You're getting a live view now of Raja Chari on the robotic arm. You can see him center screen with a red stripe on his legs of his spacesuit. He's holding a free-flying bag that is attached to him. It contains an old camera that he unmounted from the International Space Station and replaced with a newer version. He's been aboard the robotic arm for the majority of the spacewalk, and now that his tasks are concluded out at the Camera Port 8 work site, he's going to be working to egress or get off of the arm and stow away his portable foot restraint that are on his feet now. Switching over to Matthias Maurer's view now, you're looking at his tool bags that he was bringing out with him. He's taking a quick inventory, make sure that he's got everything he needs to put back into the airlock.
Taylor, just so I understand the timeline/plan, am I just going to this position, set up the robo moves, or do you intend to go here and see if we have time to do the port T handle?
And Raja, we are setting up to take you to the egress backoff position and to the FHRC for egress.
Okay,
so we're not doing the T handles, and we're almost ready for that last showcast.
All right, thank you.
And Houston concurs.
Matthias Maurer at the CETA cart here. You can see the word CETA 1 on your screen sometimes as Matthias Maurer gets his eyes on it. If you remember from earlier in our coverage, the CETA cart is a place where spacewalkers can stow their tool bags temporarily. Matthias Maurer made several trips here throughout the spacewalk. First getting a reel of cables so that he could route the Ethernet cable to eventually lead to the camera port 8 work site, where the camera was installed to the Ethernet cable. He also got the tools needed to work on the Bartolomeo science platform here.
Okay, the reel bag? Yeah, the reel bag. Okay.
So we are starting motion. It'll be a 3.5 minute geocast. You'll be going forward in zenith, 5.5 meters each. And you'll turn around the face of the truss.
All right, sounds good. Ready?
Starting motion.
Tom Marshburn just communicated with Roger Chari, indicating that he will be moving on the robotic arm to be in a position to egress or get off the arm.
And Matthias, we realized there was some comm going on with arm ops. Just wanted to double check that you were able to retrieve your green hook.
Let me check. Oh. I have my tether pack nicely bundled, and the CETA card picked up the P4 bag, bundled this also, and I'm on my way back. Currently I'm below the mobile transporter. The tether that you see routed in front of me is Roger.
Yes, we concur. And when you were en route after leaving panel A316, did you translate past P1 to pick up your green hook?
Yes, I confirm. And the green hook is attached to my red reel.
Copy. Thank you, and that's a good config.
It's floating in front of me.
Okay, we're happy, and thank you for the report, and we'll speak with you again at the airlock.
Okay.
You're seeing the hands of ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer as he's making his way back to the airlock. He verified with the ground here that he's got all the equipment that he needs and that his tethers are in the proper configuration to make his way back.
Roger, we are ready for your GCA to publish for the APFR ingress of the body in 2.5 meters.
Okay, I've got my crew lock pad clear. Matthias, you need the count? Are you good? No. And I'm on my way back. I'm almost at the Cetus. So you take your time, right? Might be waiting there for a while, I guess. Some undoing to do here, but I'm ready for GCA to publish APFR egress. Let's start GCA.
Copy, start GCA, starting motion. Starting motion.
Motion for.
Roger, you have clearance on your body and the APFR boot plate.
I've got both of those.
Half meter to go.
Copy, continue.
Going. Ready to go.
Okay, still good.
10 to go. Motion, and we are performing additional GCA if you need.
Okay, that should be good from here. So GCA complete.
Your GCA complete, stand by for brakes. Brakes are on, you're go for egress.
Copy. All right, I'm getting the EORU bag stowed onto the FHRC first and get out of the AT. EV2 is at the end of.
Copy EV2.
Can I open the hatch and insert the gear, or shall I wait for thermal constraints until Raja is back?
And Matthias, you can open the thermal cover. We'd like you to stow the bag bundle that you have in the airlock on a large, small ret. And then it's your choice. If you'd like to come back out and take some more photos, you can do that and just close the thermal cover.
Yep. All right, I've egress to APFR.
Just got confirmation that Chari has egressed the robotic arm and is now working to remove the portable foot restraint and put it back onto the CETA cart where he got it. You're looking now at ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer, who's reached the Quest airlock. He's being tasked with putting some bags away and stowing them out of the way. He'll soon be joined by Chari at the airlock once the SSRMS or robotic arm has been configured and put away.
And as you work to remove the APFR, you can check the ingress aid is retracted.
It'll work right now.
Copy that.
This view is of the inside of the Quest airlock, where Matthias Maurer is stowing his equipment that was used during today's spacewalk out of the way. Once Chari installs the APFR, or we're talking about the portable foot restraint here, he's going to be working to swap his tethers over so that he can make his way over to the airlock as well.
The that I brought into the airlock is out, and I'm lingering below the airlock.
And you send copies as well. As you hang out below the airlock, you can close the thermal cover.
APFR is removed, getting it on my left side, and I'll start taking it over towards the seat of the car.
Copy, Roger. Matthias, we have a proposal. How do you feel about doing a bit of airlock pin imagery?
Oh, that's a good idea. Good idea. I do that.
And we copy.
Matthias Maurer is now opening the thermal cover so that he can take some pictures of the pip pin. This is a bolt on the airlock that was showing some minor wear and tear, and installing a new one was one of the get-ahead tasks from Toma Pesquet and Aki Hoshide back on one of their previous spacewalks. This is unrelated to today's spacewalk, but since Matthias Maurer has successfully stowed his equipment out of the way, the crew asked if he'd be willing to verify that the pip pin is still good and take some photographs of it, and Matthias Maurer agreed that he has time and is able to do so.
Outside of the forward, MLI.
You can see the camera that he'll be using to complete this task in his hands now.
Matthias, in your helmet view, it looks like it's the one to your left, kind of in the top of your view. Yeah, the next one over. Yep, that one.
Okay, I'm at putting this in the zenith starboard swing arm, which is where it came from. Is that right, Stephanie?
That is correct. And with 3, and stow it with a clocking of 6.
Stephanie, do you also want to have a helmet cam overview?
Yes, and I have some words for you.
Ready to copy? This is installed at the width clocking of 6, Papa, box 6. We'll test black on the color.
Copy, and the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed?
Yes, locked and be depressed.
Excellent. You can perform your safety tether swap onto the striped hook and off of the arm.
Copy. It works.
And Matthias, for you, for the imagery, we're in particular looking for an equipment hook. Do you see that? Can you get eyes on that equipment hook?
Yes. Could even manipulate it if you want me to do it.
And we have good video of that. Just pause here for a moment.
Chari is now safely off of the robotic arm and is now a free-flying astronaut. He is moving his tethers from the robotic arm to the International Space Station so he can make his way back to the Quest airlock and join Matthias Maurer. Maurer is doing some imagery checks for the folks here on the ground.
And if you are able to get any close-up photos of that equipment hook, that would be appreciated as well.
I got photos. I'm not sure of the focal distance. Delivered sharp photos from this short 40 centimeters. But yes, I have plenty of photos.
And Matthias, thank you very much. That completes the airlock tip-pin imagery. You can hang out and continue to take photos as you like.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll take the thermal cover closed as well.
Just for completeness, I'm already attached to the internal steering. My plate is closed black on black, so that's at least. That will be our load test.
And we copy. Thank you.
And my red and white barber pole hook is on my left steering extender, gate closed, lock, black on black. Connected to a single reel. That reel is unlocked. I'm going back to the arm to pick up that safety tether pack and the medium ORU bag, and then we'll come back here and get the little bag. Houston copies.
Houston copies.
The International Space Station is currently in an orbital nighttime as it flies over the northern territory of Australia. However, the station will be moving into an orbital daytime shortly, and when Chari makes his way back to the crew lock, we should be able to get a good view of that in some nice daylight. This view gives us a good look at the tethers that Chari is working to disconnect. His feet used to be attached to the robotic arm, and all tethers were on the arm, so that our robotic arm operators, Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron, could fly him to the various work sites. Now that his feet are free and he's already installed the portable foot restraint back onto the seated cart, you can see that he's got one last hook that he's grabbing for now to be fully back onto the station and off of the arm.
My anchor hook is off your SSOMS lead tether points, and Tom, you have a go to maneuver that as you lead the arm.
And copy. We are going to leave the arm where it is, and we're safing at the end of step 40.
Copy. Working on getting the EMRU bag back off the FHRC.
Copy.
And we're in a brief but expected handover period as our astronauts work to make their way back to the Quest airlock. Repressurization is set to begin within the half hour.
We'll need brake handles on both seated carts, the inboard brake pedals 2 times.
That's part seated cart to pick up the real bag.
Chari is now safely tethered to the International Space Station, away from the station's robotic arm. He's grabbing the last of his belongings, including a bundle with an HD camera bag and an empty reel bag that Matthias Maurer had used earlier in the spacewalk to route some Ethernet cable. He'll stow that on his person and then make his way back to the airlock for repressurization. Here in Mission Control, NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson was our ground IV today, communicating with our spacewalkers. We're able to hear her voice throughout our coverage today. Alex Canaleco served as Capcom for the rest of the crew, including our robotic arm operators Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn. Paul Kanya is the flight director, overseeing the entire operation.
Just your best effort.
Yeah. If I can get this third corner tack down, I think it'll work a lot better on the way back.
Our spacewalk officer sits just behind them. The entire team meeting frequently throughout today's spacewalk to discuss tasks, time, and what everyone else had time for.
Ten seconds to a 20-second handover.
Come down the seat speed. Don't hurry too much because I would like to take photos of you, okay? Brake handles on the inboard port seat cards.
Copy. Brake handles on the inboard port Zeta card.
And trying to trace some safety tether back here since we try to under a bunch of stuff under the MT. Under the MT.
Copy.
Our spacewalkers Chari and Matthias Maurer were a part of NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station. They arrived there on a spacecraft, which was a Crew Dragon, which they named Endurance. In case you missed it during the course of our coverage, Commander Kjell Lindgren of the Crew 4 mission, yet to fly but will be arriving to the space station soon, announced that the capsule name of their
Place tether to your anchor hook. Can I clear to come down? Yep. See, that's already my base tether attached to it. Can I hand you my left base tether to go to your anchor hook? Do you want me to? I can get it because you've got a low tab, so I can pick up your anchor hook Yeah, I think like it's maybe better if you give me your bag, or do you want to give it me on inside?
Whatever you prefer.
If you can give it to me now, then I can push it in front of me. This might be the clearest.
I'm going to get a local down so I can work on that. Okay, so it's, I can start it halfway up there. Over. On our BRT, right?
It's attached to me. Got it?
Yeah. I go that one. The BRT, right? I got it.
Okay.
Do you want to put sort of being attached to you? Do you want that back to the airlock V-ring, or are you okay with it being on you?
I push it in front of me.
Okay.
I take a last look before I can.
Take it out. I got to set up my BRT set up here anyways.
Matthias, we copy you have the bag bundle on a ret to you, and as you ingress, you can also power off your HECA.
It goes off. EV2 is in the airlock. Copy.
And with EV2's waist tether already attached to the airlock D-ring extender, Matthias, when you're ready, you can give Raja a go to release your anchor hook.
That's where you have to go.
Copy.
Release my anchor hook. And attach it to your waist tether.
Yep, that's what I'm working on.
Raja Chari in view there at the top of your screen, working his way into the airlock. EV2 Matthias Maurer is already safely inside and is working with his crewmate to get Raja Chari back inside.
Okay. Your anchor hook is off the forward D-ring and attached to my left waist tether. Both are gate closed, locked, blackout, black. With that, I have a good load past BAU, the station. So I'm going to pick up my anchor hook. Do it.
Houston concurs. $10 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Copy.
While we switch over our communications between satellites, astronaut Raja Chari is making his way into the airlock, working closely with Matthias Maurer on their tether configuration, making sure that nothing gets tangled or snagged, and that they're able to both fit into the airlock correctly.
Copy. We're ready for you to ingress.
space, and then when I get most of the way in, I'll rotate to get the tap the thermal cover. Okay.
Copy.
Once Chari is safely inside, the team will work to close the hatch thermal cover that you saw swing open to allow them inside. He'll then be working with our suit IVs, Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron, no longer at the controls of the robotic arm, but inside the airlock, or inside the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock to get our spacewalkers back into repressurization and out of their spacesuits.
Toss them in. To me.
And here they are now, Tom Marshburn with the camera and Kayla Barron looking into the airlock, where she's getting the opposite view that you were just seeing of our crew ingressing the airlock.
We try to get the thermal cover, then I'll undo my mini workstation and defector. Yeah. The thermal cover strap is attached to the D-ring, pulling it to instruct it works.
Copy.
Workstation and defector is off of it. I'm going to get the magnetic cover to see, which it is now. Okay, the magnetic cover is seated. All right, we're going to come the rest of the way in now, Matthias. Yep. Got to pin down here my head. Right. There's the shirt. And put your legs in this area. If you want to push. All right, no, I can. You tell me where to put them, and I'll put them there. Yeah. I caught on something with my leg. No, it's like I'm trying to put it in with my legs. I can't come down though, something's stuck behind my left leg. Okay, then come in as you like, and then you see what's driving is I can't get my head up to be able to get to the hatch, so I have to sort out what it is. Your foot is inside the bungee. Raise your right foot. Raise your right foot. Now put it off. Lift that foot. Lift it as much as you can. Which way? Up towards your back. Okay, you're clear. No, you're not clear. Nice to see you. Okay. That's better. Thank you. All right. Let me make sure I can find my SCU here, and make sure I can rotate to get to the hatch. Now inside with the thermal cover closed, and I can see the hatch key letter. I'm ready for more steps, Stephanie.
And Chari just confirmed that the hatch is closed.
Remove the SCU from the stowage pouch. Then remove your DCM covers. Velcro the cover to the DCM and connect your SCU to DCM.
It works. Works for one as well.
The view you're seeing now is of the equipment lock of the Quest airlock. Our spacewalkers are actually on the other side of the door that our astronaut Kayla Barron, right in the middle there, is looking through. They just configured themselves in the crew lock portion, again on the other side of that door, and have closed the hatch, and now they're working on some last-minute steps. Then they'll be working with their suit IVs, who you see here on repressurization. The number 20 in the corner indicates that we'll be looking through his helmet camera.
Roger, and Matthias, 2 minutes, the 2-minute timer has expired. Roger, verify the outer hatch clear of hardware.
I did not see anything out there. I was on thermal cover. Sir.
Verify hatch position per hatch decal. And sorry, that's handle position. Verify handle position per hatch decal.
So I'm clear to close it?
If you can verify the handle position as per the hatch decal, you can close and lock the hatch.
I have not pivoted out of the hatch keep yet. Sorry. Oh, I see what you're asking me. Yes. It is in the... Sorry.
Yes, if the handle is matching per the decal, which I believe you just said it is, you can close and lock the hatch.
Let me try that. All right, Matthias, what are you kicking in here? Yeah, come in. Hey, go in the space that you need. I could even hold you if that gives you stability. You can't tell what's above my head back here. That's what keeps snagging me.
The pressure in the crew lock now is very close to zero, matching that of the vacuum of space. At repressurization, they're going to work to get it back to about 14.7 psi.
More towards, pull me more towards your side. Like this? Yep, that's better. Thank you. Much better. Thanks. Okay. Hatch is down. You said I can rotate it to latch, Stephanie?
That's affirmed.
It worked. Try to get my feet up. You can let go of my feet if you're holding them. Do you want to go or not? No, you can let go now. Okay, thanks. Okay, the hatch is locked in the lock position, putting the top to... Tab is unlocked.
Copy. Nice work with the hatch.
Okay.
And we'll transition to the... We'll transition now to pre-repress on the cue card. On your DCMs, check SCU connected to DCM.
Confirm, two. B1's confirmed connected.
Check water switch and off, OFS.
EV1 water's off. EV2 water's off.
Check EV hatch closed and locked.
The hatch is closed and locked.
On the UIA, check oxygen, EMU 1 and 2. 2 valves are open.
And I confirm both oxygen valves, EMU 1 and 2 are open.
Take power, EV1 and 2 switches to on.
Okay, switching it to on.
Check power EV1 and 2. 2 LEDs are on.
2 LEDs are on. Power is also on.
Check power EV1 and 2 volts between 18 and 19.
It's 18.6 and 18.6.
Copy. On your DCMs, take your power switches to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Power to SCU and it has the wall switch on. EV1's at SCU has the warble tone. Yes, you said you're at SCU.
Copy EV1.
Say again, yes, I have to say. F2.
Houston copies both EV1 and EV2. Power switches are in SCU. Gentlemen, you literally have been flown and translated all over station today and worked with many systems. It's definitely teamwork has been the theme for the day, and we admire your tenacity. On behalf of the RBVM Jumper team, we thank you for your work today, and we'll hand you over now to Kayla and Tom.
Thanks, Killer. It's been a pleasure to work with you through training and then today on the EVA. And to all the people on the Franken EVA team, our thanks. The Flight Director Paul Kanya, EVR Sticker Sandy Fletcher, EVA Task Ike Terrio, and Task 2 Mitch Harder, our EMU Specialist Malik Russell, and our airlock helper Steve, and our Increments EVA rep as well, Michael Dino. And then thanks to Kayla and Tom for driving us around in the arm and getting us queued up. And to Mark, who continues to break records on a daily basis now. It was awesome working with you guys. Thanks for keeping us going, despite some things to work through, like any great EVA. So appreciate it and look forward to seeing you on the ground, Stephanie and company.
For me too, I would like to add a huge thanks to all our trainers who have brought us all the way to be able to perform today's spacewalk. And obviously all big thanks to everyone that Brad has mentioned.
And we appreciate the words. Thank you.
Very well done out there, guys. We're excited to get you back inside. We're going to be picking up on the crew lock repress cue card. On your DCM, take the O2 actuator to press.
It worked. EV1 is impressed.
EV2 is impressed.
Copy. EV1 and 2 are both in press. Roger, check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
And it's closed.
Copy that. We're going to start repressing the crew lock. I'll be throttling the IV hatch equalization valve. Let me know if you would like a change to the rate.
Yes. Thanks, Kayla. In the beginning, like pretty slowly, please.
All right, about a slow rate. You let me know if it's good or you'd like an increase.
Thank you.
Kayla Barron, just let our spacewalking astronauts know that repressurization will begin soon at their comfort level. And indeed, repressurization has started, and the pressure of the crew lock is steadily increasing.
Good with this rate. If you want to pick it up a little bit, up to you, Matthias. Feel free, pick it up a bit.
So that bumped up the rate a little bit.
For EV2, check O2 actuator in press, please.
I just verified we just popped in. It had a little small dent. Could have statues now.
We show you in press now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chari and Maurer reported that they are comfortable with the rate that the crew lock is pressurizing, and in fact that they could have it go a little bit faster. So Kayla Barron responded that she'll make it so.
And you can pick up the rate a bit from me, right for you also? Yeah, I'm good.
All right, I increased the rate a little bit.
And today's spacewalk has concluded at 2:26 p.m. Central Time, 3:26 p.m. Eastern Time, totaling 6 hours and 54 minutes. As a fun fact, this is the exact time of the spacewalk that occurred just 8 days ago to the minute.
One PSI on the gauge.
Dip at 4 PSI, you'll expect an alert tone. When we get to 5 PSI, I'll be stopping the depress for a 2-minute leak check.
Okay.
The spacewalk just 8 days ago was Raja Chari's first spacewalk of his career, clocking in at 6 hours and 54 minutes. Today was the second spacewalk of his career, so he has essentially doubled his spacewalking time.
Good. Keep on going. It's up to Matthias, you can pace it. If you want faster, you can sort them. Yep, I think it's good rate. I think it's kind of a bit faster.
Just confirming you said a little bit faster?
Yes, I confirm.
The crew lock just approached 2 psi. When the pressure approach is 5 psi, the crew can expect a momentary hold.
You have enough room, Matthias? I can put me wherever you want at this point. Very good. If you need more room, just move me around. I have all the room I need. Yeah. That's the same like you right now. I also have only come on the right. Oh, really? Yeah. It just happened now? It happened while you were entering. When we picked up the cheaper cut. The repair cut. Oh. To see if they're wet on the inside when we get out. Yeah. This is a good rate, Kayla?
Copy, good rate.
Yeah, good rate for me. Thank you, Kayla. Sorry. I just confirmed earlier.
And Houston copies loss of comm in the right ear for EV2.
That's correct. I have comm only in the right ear, Stephanie. Not in the left. I'm trying to clear my ears to see if that has an effect. But so far I only hear you on the right side, and I successfully can clear my ears several times now.
Copy, you have a good ability to clear, and you have comm in the right ear.
I have comm in the right ear, but not in the left.
Copy.
All right, we're at 5 pounds. We're going to wait 2 minutes for the crew lock pressure to stabilize, and then we're going to do a 1-minute leak check.
Sounds good. Okay.
Our spacewalk today began at 7:32 a.m. Central, 8:32 a.m. Eastern Time, when astronauts Chari and Matthias Maurer switched their spacesuits to internal battery power. They ran into a flub right out of the gate with a light and helmet camera not staying put, but the team here on the ground came up with a fix, and the spacewalkers were on their way. Chari went on to replace 2 hoses on the radiator beam valve module. It had previously been leaking, but the space station's other radiators were able to do their job and keep the space station cool. Chari's work replacing these hoses improved the performance of the station's radiators and gave us more wiggle room in case any of the hoses were to become faulty in the future. The team also replaced an old camera with a high-definition camera and brought it online. Matthias Maurer was able to make his way to the Columbus module and Bartolomeo science platform to set our robotics officers here on the ground up for success for future installation of science experiments.
Starting the 1-minute lead check.
Copy. All good.
So at 2:26 p.m. Central, for a total spacewalk time of 6 hours and 54 minutes, the 248th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades has concluded. This is the 3rd spacewalk of 2022 and the 4th spacewalk of Expedition 66. This was the 2nd spacewalk of Chari's career, his first occurring just 8 days ago, so his total spacewalking time brings us to 13 hours and 48 minutes. This was Matthias Maurer's first ever spacewalk, so the total time of our spacewalk today is the total spacewalk time of his career, 6 hours and 54 minutes. Among the total spacewalking time of those 248 spacewalks, our spacewalkers have spent 65 days, 8 hours, and 25 minutes suited up and outside of the International Space Station in support of maintenance and upgrades.
Good leak check. We are going to be continuing now on the cue card by checking that your glove heaters are off, OFF.
Yeah, I confirm mine are off for me, EV1.
Copy that. Check your gloves for contamination and report any to us into Houston.
EV1, I don't see anything in my gloves. No contamination for EV2.
Copy that. No signs of contamination. A reminder that cuff 1 symptoms that resolve upon repress should be reported as cuff 2 to ensure your proper DCS treatment. And if you have any DCS symptoms, leave the O2 actuator in press to maintain a higher suit pressure.
Copy.
Take your O2 actuator to IV.
Our spacewalkers today are just on the other side of that hatch that you see in the center of your screen. The pressure inside is slowly increasing. It went from 0 and has paused at about 5, but with a good leak check and good suit check, the pressure is resuming to go up.
To continue with the repress by taking the IV hatch equalization valve to norm, let me know if the rate's okay.
Good for 82. It's fine for me. You said it's okay for you with this? Yes, everything is okay for me.
Copy, good rate.
Good rate.
When the crew lock differential pressure is about 0, expect an alert tone.
Copy. Copy.
When repressurization started, both spacewalkers issued a huge thanks to everyone on the ground and a huge thank you to their crewmates Caleb Barron and Tom Marshburn for driving Chari all around on the station's robotic arm. They also sent their congratulations to their crew member Mark Vandehei, who they said just continues to break records. Pressure of the crew lock just surpassed 11 psi.
Once pressure is equalized across the hatch, we're going to be opening the hatch and bringing you in to dock safers and put you on the EOS.
Sounds good. Sounds like a wonderful plan. And we're still hot, Mike?
A firm ground will inform you when you are no longer hot, Mike.
That's it. Copy.
Just momentarily, our suit IVs, Tom Marshburn here at the front of the screen, and Kayla Barron will work to open the hatch and bring our spacewalkers into the equipment lock. And there's the record breaker himself, Mark Vandehei, coming into the equipment lock as well to greet our spacewalkers after a job well done.
Tone for the 14.2. Hi there. For the single beep? Yeah, boy. The hatch is open, brother. Oh, gotcha.
Houston Station on 1. We're waiting for your work in step 4 in 1.240 and 4 and 5.
Station Houston, we'll take care of step 4. We'll let you know on 5. You can continue in step 7.
Copy. Continuing on to step 7.
Sorry. And Kayla. Am I still hot, Mike? Yeah, we're still hot, Mike. See water coming in?
Matthias Maurer was the first one out of the crew lock and is now in the equipment lock, as are suit IVs, Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn, with the help of astronaut Mark Vandehei, gets his safer units off.
Houston Station on 1, wanted to report that Matthias has some water in his helmet. It's a little bit difficult to judge the volume because it's spread across the front of his visor, but I think we should accelerate the steps to get him out of the suit here.
We copy, Kayla. We can focus all attention on Matthias, so remove. Has the safer been removed? You can get him on the ETA and start doffing his suit first.
You just got a brief glance at the huge smile across Matthias Maurer's face after a job well done on his spacewalk.
4.115 in the EVA systems book.
The crew is now working to first get his safer unit off, which they completed, and then they're going to take his helmet off.
Read those steps to you if you desire.
Airlock on 2, Alex, we copy, and we got step 2 at 4.115.
Copy, Mark. We're following along. And Mark, for your essay, the crew is no longer hot mic'd to the ground.
Although our ground IVs are expediting the removal of Matthias Maurer's spacesuit because they noticed an excess of water in his helmet, the crew here on the ground reports that Matthias Maurer is in good health and is in no danger with the excess water, but they are interested in collecting that water just to see how much ended up there.
Station Houston, On one, we see the helmet is off. If you can help us estimate the quantity of loose water inside the helmet and report whether the hat is wet or dry.
Cap is a little bit moist, but I think it would have been difficult to detect through a comm cap. Let us talk about how much water we think it is.
Kayla Barron removed the helmet of ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer, and now they're evaluating the HAP, or the helmet absorption pad. Barron reported that it was a little bit damp.
Maybe a 8 to 10 inch diameter circle thin film of water on the helmet. Mark's going to take a picture, and there is water at his vent port at the back of his neck ring.
Copy, airlock on that. Can we get some more clarification on the water that is at the vent port, the size of the droplets? Copy the photos. Also, we'd like you to remove the HAP and take photos of the HAP, especially if you can get a thickness from a side view.
You're looking over the shoulder of Tom Marshburn as he removes that helmet absorption pad for some quantitative analysis.
Analysis is maybe another way to describe the amount of water on the helmet. Tom said there's about 30 to 50% of the visor is coated with a layer of water.
Copy, 30 to 50% coated with water. And for the HAP, if you could go ahead and Ziploc bag that HAP and stow that in the EMU equipment bag.
Okay, that's in work, and we got the photos. Matthias is fine, and we're planning to return to the nominal procedure to get Raja out of the crew lock, if that's okay with you guys.
We concur with that plan, and we have a couple of other requests when you get to glove photos.
Kayla Barron removed the helmet of ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer and took documentation, took some photos and some visual reports of the inside of the water in his helmet. Barron is removing the gloves now while Tom Marshburn is stowing away the helmet absorption pad so that the crew can look at it at a later time. We're in a brief handover period. However, the ground team here working the spacewalk is thinking up ways that they can get more data from the crew, whether that's looking at Matthias Maurer's head or parts of his spacesuit, so that they can determine just how much water was found. In the meantime, Caleb Barron is going to be working to get our astronaut Chari out of the crew lock and into the equipment lock. We're back now with live views of the equipment lock, and Chari just had his safer unit removed from his spacesuit. both of our spacewalking astronauts are now back in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. When Matthias Maurer entered the equipment lock, it was noted that Maurer had water in his helmet. At no time was he in any danger, but Maurer did not note any discomfort during the EVA itself. The crew is going to continue to take documentation of the water for analysis by the ground team.
Airlock Houston on 1. I have deltas for you starting in step 37. Let me know when you're ready. We don't need to voice them until you get there. Copy them.
The helmet absorption pad that went inside of Matthias Maurer's helmet has been stowed away for further analysis. The ground crew will look at that, as well as other data that the crew provides, including they were looking at the wetness of his head and possibly the levels of his onboard consumables, like the water he was drinking. All of this plus more will be used to help the ground crews here determine the cause and how much water ultimately ended up in his helmet. But Matthias is now safe in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock with his helmet off. The ground here was made aware of this water only after Matthias Maurer was in the equipment lock. He did not note feeling any water in his helmet during the spacewalk himself.
Airlock on 1 for Raja. There was no water in his helmet.
Copy.
Roger Chari's helmet has been removed, and the crew did note that there was not any water inside. Then they're going to work to remove his gloves.
Okay, in step 37, we would like to have Matthias's ComCap earphones inspected to see if there's moisture in the earphones for the loss of comm. Also, we'd like to see if the ComCap absorbed any moisture from the helmet, if like the top of the ComCap is wet or damp.
Yes, Alex, in both of EV2's air cups, there are several, I would say, maybe 20 large droplets of water in each one, and we'll take some photos. The ComCap itself doesn't really, maybe just very slightly damp, but I wouldn't call it wet by any means.
Copy that. I have deltas in step 46, 47, and 60. I can read them now, or we can wait till we get there.
Caleb Barron now working to document other parts of Matthias Maurer's spacesuit, what he was wearing today, including an earpiece. She did note some water, but she's giving a complete analysis to the ground.
Copy.
Matthias Maurer is now out of the hard upper torso of his spacesuit.
Alex, we're ready for the Delta to step 46.
All right, thanks, Mark. So if you could please take photos of Raja's right boot, the top of his boot, that would be appreciated. We think it may have contacted the Lee at some point. And then in step 47, could could you please have Matthias inspect the electroleads of his sternal harness? We had an intermittent biomed connection at the end of the EVA, and so if he could inspect the sternal harness when he doffs that, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, copy all. Right foot for Raja and sternal harness for Matthias.
Good words.
Astronauts Caleb Barron and Tom Marshburn, our suit IVs, are continuing on to help our spacewalkers out of their spacesuits today. However, they're going to continue to monitor the situation with the water in the spacesuit, taking pictures and taking notes of anything else that they may see.
Houston on 1.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mark, we're being told we actually lost Raja's biomed also at the end of the EVA, so if we could have him inspect the electroleads on that as well, we appreciate it. And thank you for taking all-around photos of the boot there.
And Houston from the airlock. Matthias's 3 connectors on his sternal harness are very well connected with moleskin and the tape that is holding it down to his skin. They're all completely intact.
Copy, Tom. Great inspection.
Houston, the same is true for Raja. All 3 electrodes are still well adhered to his skin and well taped.
Copy all. And airlock, our next delta is in step 60.
In the 6-hour, 54-minute spacewalk today, astronauts Raja, Chari, and Matthias Maurer were able to route an Ethernet cable, install 2 ammonia hoses between the radiator beam valve module and one of the station's radiators. They also set up the Bartolomeo science platform so it can receive scientific experiments, secured some loose insulation, and swapped a camera on the exterior of the space station. Upon entering the space station again after the EVA, water was found in the helmet of European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer. He did not know any water or discomfort during the spacewalk itself, but our team here on the ground is going to continue to look at components of his spacesuit and work with the astronauts in orbit for further investigation. He's now safely outside of his spacesuit and continuing on with his day. This concludes the 3rd spacewalk of 2022. This is Mission Control Houston. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Don Durst.